Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. Cosmo, how's it going? It's been a while. How have you been doing? Then Oshik, welcome in. How are you doing? Happy Christmas Eve. If you're in the future, then Merry Christmas Day. Pretty well, doing some gaming. Nice, nice. Cool stuff. Yeah, I do want to do some gaming. I don't know what to play, though. Got the classic choice paralysis, because I have a billion games. Actually, I did buy a couple new ones recently. I need to play those. I bought House Flipper 2, because I've been wanting to try that out. I also bought a game called Misery, which just seems like an interesting little survival game. And then I bought a Tavern Keeper. It's made by the people that made the Gamedev Tycoon, which is a pretty good game. And it's overwhelmingly positive, so I'm excited to try that one out. Christmas Eve, yeah. Anyways, we are gonna probably work on a little bit of Starground stuff to start off. There's still some more bugs and stuff that I would like to figure out. It's just, they're tricky. But we'll try. There is one crash. It's happening with unskill save. Looking at the errors and stuff, it seems like some kind of driver issue. So we can try and replicate it again. I don't know. I haven't been able to, but let's like read. I don't know. Maybe things have changed. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Load. There's that bug, and then the other bug too that I would like to fix is this one where if one person leaves on multiplayer or a client, then the other clients get kicked from the game. There's a bug that we had before, and the way that we fixed it was yeah, changing the multiplayer peer that we use. But I don't know if we can do that anymore. So hey, Astro, thank you very much for Christmas. Welcome in. Let's put this save in. So Unskill's just getting an immediate crash on load. Yeah, thank you for the hydrate. But the thing is I do not crash on immediate load, so I can't replicate the issue. I've tried on different computers and stuff, and it just doesn't seem to be happening. So I'm not really sure if it's something wrong with the game, per se. There's a crazy conveyor belt line, whoa. That's crazy. So yeah, it's frustrating. It sucks when you get bugs like that, where it's like only one person has ever experienced it, and I can't replicate it, because I just don't know what I'm supposed to do to really fix it. Like, I'm not sure. Reading all the logs and stuff on this, yeah, it definitely seems like some kind of like graphics thing. Here, let me open up the log here. It's got AMD Radeon graphics, which could just be that it, I don't know, doesn't support. But here, if I, boom, you can see there's a lot of errors in here about like index driver buffers and stuff. So I don't think there's any way for me to fix this kind of stuff. I'm not sure. But it keeps complaining about, it's unable to create a buffer in Vulkan. And apparently it's something about driver ID, invalid driver ID. I think it's something to do with graphics drivers. So I don't really know. Whoa. What is that? I don't really know what to do to fix this issue. I'm not sure. It's frustrating because I have no idea. But I hope everyone has a good Christmas Eve. Yeah, welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Happy Christmas Eve or Christmas to you all. Yeah, I don't know. It's annoying. I have no idea what to do about this bug. It sucks because I want to be able to fix it, but I just don't know what to do. I don't know what, like, graphics device... Because the weird thing, too, is he says it doesn't crash on a new world. It's only something with, like, a pre-existing world. If I could figure out specifically what object was, like, causing the crash, that would work, but, you know. I can't replicate the issue, so I don't know how I'm ever gonna figure that out. So yeah, it's just, it's a bro moment. What's going on over here? There's, like, some dark stuff. It's a bunch of walls. Whoa. Interesting. I'm scared by the logs. I think I'd rather do some searches first. I don't think AI is gonna really know. AI does not ever understand problems like this. Because it's just gonna regurgitate some garbage that it finds somewhere, not really understanding if it's even the same issue. So... but I can go ahead and search this, see if anybody else has encountered this before. But I am, like, pretty confident that this is just some driver. Like, it's probably just needs a driver update or something. But let's just say... Boom. So, this person's saying it's a point light 2D buffer error. Yeah, I can't create buffer size 12. It could be. Seems to be Linux specific. It might be. Well, it was already fixed, apparently. So that's probably not the bug. Unless it's back again. Well, here, this one was for specifically 4.5.1. It's one of those things where I probably won't be able to do anything about it until Godot itself has been fixed. You know? Because this issue's still open. But this isn't the same error. So... So your issue should be fixed with this. Buffer creation on old D3, D12 runtimes. But I don't think that's the same. Yeah, I have no idea. Error -10. Godot. Yeah, I don't know. And it seems to be just with a specific save that it's happening, so... Yeah, it's hard to say. It's probably... I don't know, I'd suggested updating your graphics drivers in here. But he said he just updated his OS, which is not the same as graphic drivers. I'll go ahead and give him a link, because now that I know what GPU he has, AMD Radeon. I'll give him a link to install the most up-to-date drivers, because... I don't know how else to fix this issue, and nobody else has had the problem. So I feel like it's a very specific thing. Lights are causing you to destroy any lamps in the world. I think really what I need to do is just... I mean, do they even have any lamps in the world? That's the thing though, right? Let's see. I doubt it's that. I don't know. It seems like not the case here, but... Yeah, I don't even see a single lamp anywhere. So I don't think that's the issue. See, this is the thing with these weird, like, graphics issues. It's kind of really hard to know for sure what it actually is. I don't think it's anything to do with the game itself, because if it was, I think a lot of people would be having that same issue. So I'm just going to suggest that they head over to these drivers, make sure that they have the most up-to-date graphics drivers, and then see if that works. Problem more, or I have not been able to replicate it on any of my machines, and as far as I know, nobody else has come to me with same issue. Something to do with driver versions. I recommend downloading the newest from here. So try putting a new world in creative. Start placing down buildings to see if one in particular is causing the crash. Yeah. I made some unfinished games, one shooterish and one FNAF 6 clone. Oh yeah, nice, nice. It's pretty awesome. Got any links or anything, you're welcome to drop them. So yeah, this is really only the only other major bug that anybody's reported. I mean, fortunately, it's not like a huge problem. It doesn't really ruin the game or anything. It's just a little annoying. But I would like to try and figure it out, so we're gonna go ahead and start testing some things. First off, I want to see if it's just a leaving the game issue rather than a Steam specific issue. So we're gonna launch this with 3 people and try it out. Oh yeah, also we got new music again on the playlist, by the way. We got some tracks from Lured In now. I do want to work on Lured In again soon, so maybe we'll do that. So, hey Ryan, welcome in. Merry Christmas Eve. Yeah, thank you, thank you. How's it going? So, hey Zafencer, welcome in. How are you doing? Let's host a... Probably doesn't really matter whether it's new or not. And let's connect. Forgot to change the name. Local host. Then I just want to see if... I doubt that the issue happens on local, because it never does. But I just want to make sure. So if I, as client over here, quit, I want to see if it closes the game out for the other client. Which it does not, as I presumed. And I don't see any major errors in here. These are just the typical nothing errors. So it's more than likely a Steam-specific issue, which is epic. Not. So now I gotta open up all my computers and test it that way. So you're making a new game? Yeah, I've got a couple different projects that are being worked on in the background. Lured In is one that I do want to... I feel like Lured In, I could probably get a demo ready for the February Next Fest. So I might do that. Because I think it would be really easy. I don't know how well Lured In is going to really do, but I feel like if I have a really solid, polished version of it for the demo for Next Fest, it might not be too bad. And then Deadlift is the other one that we've been working on. This is a horror survival roguelite. It's 3D instead of 2D this time. But it's been fun working on this. So far it's been going good. So yeah, those are what we got going on in the background. Lured In is going to be a very simple, like, quick project. Deadlift is also pretty quick relatively to Starground, but, you know, it'll probably be going on for at least... I'm estimating the game will be done sometime in July. But we'll see. We'll see how things really go. Alright, let's go ahead and push our GitHub changes so I can test on Steam. I love it so much. I love testing Steam multiplayer. It's so fun. Then I'll just make a new branch. Patch 2. Wait. cancel. It did a weird thing. Hold on. Hold up. Hold on. Branch 2. Hatch 2. Yeah, I want it to be based off of... Oh, it already made the branch. Awesome. Then I want to bring my changes over. Let's go delete that other random branch that I accidentally created. It was... Ooh. I guess it's only a local branch. Whatever. Okay, let's publish this branch. Also, I need to go make this version of the game. I realize. I think I have all the files in here. Yeah. Let's do zip create. 0.15.0.1. Just get those files out of there before we commit. Done. All right. Oh yeah, we have to move these out. Hold on. They're too big on GitHub. I think there's like a file size limit, so I can't include those files anymore. All right. See all the changes we got here. We just got the new like changes to the research stuff, fix the buttons and all that so far. There's a couple different bugs. Let's commit those files. All right, now we got to load it up on all the computers. Let me load that guy. Turn on my laptop. So that one's not turning on. I need to go make sure that it's actually on. Hold on, guys. I gotta go check the server. Server was not on. Let's just give it a minute to load up. Yeah, I hope that we can actually fix this bug. I know in the past, I think when this has happened, it's just like an instant crash and there's no information, which is awesome. Not because I don't know how I'm supposed to fix it. So hopefully somebody on, now that the multiplayer peer is more of like an integrated thing, maybe somebody has brought up this problem before on the server. But I don't know, it's hard to say. Yeah, this is one bug that we fixed here. Players. Yeah, it would just be somewhere in here probably. We'll look through there. Okay, anyways, let's connect to the server. On the laptop, let me open up GitHub in the editor. Boom, boom. Log in. For some reason, Remember Me never works on my server. I don't know why. Okay. Godot editor. Launch that. Starground. And open up GitHub. Alright, so we're gonna go swap back to main. Or not main, we want to go to fetch origin. The new branch. Patch 2. Leave my changes. It's fine. I don't care about my changes. Patch origin. Same thing on the laptop. I do not want to push origin. Fetch the origin. Swap to patch 2. Alright. So we should be all good to go now. But let us see. I think we're good. So let's launch it here. Oh, is it gonna launch with Steam? Hold up. Yeah, it failed. Hold on. Wait. Shut up, mini tool partition wizard. Steam is not deciding to open. There we go. Gotta do the same thing on the laptop. Updating Steam. Oh? Excuse me? What was that all about? That doesn't seem good. Okay, we're fine now. I was this one, I think. Boot games on the laptop. Alright. I cannot read that. Steam, get out of the way. I'm trying to open you. Alright. So hopefully we should be able to launch this now. Let's see. Okay, we're all good there. I gotta wait for the laptop to be funny. Why is it crashing? Oh, dude. Just close it and reopen it. We're almost set up, guys. Hold on. Edit normally. I don't want to be in recovery mode. Alright. Oh, and I have to... Hold on. Launching with 3 again. I hope doing all this actually shows us some real errors. It's probably not going to, because it never does. But we'll find out. Okay, that's loading. I think we're almost ready to go here. So we open Starground over here. There's a billion parse errors for some reason. That's fine. It's probably okay. All right, let's host a world. Host new game. Let's connect on the server. And then as soon as it's loaded up over here. Come on. You guys, I don't mean to be a stickler, but probably keep the chat to English. Nah, it's all good. All right, everybody should be joined here now. Let's see if I can do stuff. So if I exit on one of the clients, I think that's where the problem happens. So let's see what happens. Interesting. So that didn't even cause any issues. Like, nothing crashed. So that's even worse. Not being able to replicate the issue. So I don't. Let's try. Because what they're saying is they were Alt F4ing and not exiting normally. So let's try that instead. Let's like hard exit, but nothing happens. Yikes. Well, I don't know what to do if I can't replicate that issue either. So that's funny. Interesting. This is what frickin' sucks about these issues, guys. About Steam errors like this. It's the worst. I'm never able to figure out what's going on. Yeah, there's just no errors that get detected in here, so... Don't know what to do about that, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully these things get fixed with just newer versions of Steam multiplayer appear and stuff. It's kind of impossible for me to like fix stuff if I can't replicate it, you know? Because what am I supposed to do? I don't know. But yeah, quitting on Steam does not seem to work. It might be like, maybe it's an OS specific thing. But I don't have a Linux machine. I doubt it's an OS thing, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll just have to let him know, and then if he finds any other information about it, then we could hopefully try and replicate it again. Just add a plugin, so yeah, something to fix. It is a method. Yeah. Nah, it's all good. Well, I guess that's mainly all of the bugs then that seems that I can fix. One issue though that I did want to fix is apparently the mining laser thing is just snapping constantly to the center point of the world. I gotta take a look at that issue. Let's see if we can replicate it. It's a controller specific thing, so. Wait for my controller to turn on. I think it's out of battery or something. Let's plug it in instead. This music. It's the FNAF pizzeria simulator. That's crazy. Why is it not letting me do controller? Huh. I have it connected, don't I? Oh god. What is this? What is going on? Strange. Do I have it connected? Xbox controller not connected. I want to connect it. But yeah, I think it's just out of battery. Ah, that freaking sucks, guys. I might have to go grab some new batteries really quick. Are you gonna have playtesters for your other games before you release the demo? Yeah, we definitely will. We're gonna do, like for Deadlift, hopefully we start playtests with that really soon. I imagine we'll also do that with Lurden as well. So I think it's always a good idea to do some preliminary playtesting stuff like that before you fully do demos, because the thing with demos is that, like, when you people can leave negative reviews on demos. Demos are not really meant to be like a playtesting thing. Like, of course, it's good to take feedback from the demo, but you want to be somewhat confident that your demo is actually fun and not going to have issues, because it's not a playtest. It's different. FNAF 6 shop music is peaked though, yeah. How do I sign up for the playtester list? I will be putting up announcements on Discord about that when it's time for the playtesting. I'll probably at everyone on the server because it's important. But yeah, I think what we're gonna do is similar to what we did for Starground. We have like the Google Sheet signups, so you can put on your like Discord name and everything, so I can know who you are. So I think that's gonna be the way that we do it. I think contrary to Starground, we're not gonna be doing a lot of rounds. We're just gonna do one pre-alpha testing round, right? I'm gonna add everybody, say, hey, here's the link. Join if you want, and if you don't, then you have to wait. So, I'm hungry for the data. There's not really a whole lot of data I need or anything. It's really just so that you guys can just report bugs and stuff, or start, you know, leaving some feedback on balancing and everything. So, because these are even before like marketing, which was a little different with Starground. So there's no like marketing data I even need. With Starground, I asked just a couple questions of like, how did you find out about Starground? But we don't even need to worry about that this time around. So, yeah, it's really easy. Anybody that signs up will get a key, so it's not like a super exclusive thing. So as long as you're on the Discord server and, you know, check announcements when the new notification is out, then you should be fine. Yeah, I'll definitely do one for both Blurred-In and Deadlift. And then after that, we're going to do rounds of the... Steam has a playtesting feature, and everybody will be able to sign up for that. It's not like a closed playtest. So that's another way. But that'll be later after the initial pre-alpha testing. So I guess I have to go get batteries now. Which is, super freaking epic and stuff. Totally. So I'll be right back, guys. Should only take a second, hopefully. Be right back. I'm back. Let's try these new batteries. These ones have been in here ever since I bought my controller, so it's probably about time. Hope it works. Yeah, we're gaming. Okay. Let's get this connected. Oh, I don't have Bluetooth on. Well, it would help if I had it on. How do I turn it on? Okay. Computer? How do I turn Bluetooth on, guys? There's no option in here. So then like Wi-Fi? What? Is there some kind of error with my... Ooh. I do not know what to do. Yeah, it should be in here. Do I have my, let's go into control panel. Starlight Studio, thank you so much for the follow. Oops. Maybe I, like, have my adapter disabled or something? Let's go make sure. I should have it enabled. Right here. This also includes Bluetooth, as far as I know. Well, this is annoying. There's just no Bluetooth. It's like my computer doesn't think that it has Bluetooth right now. That's so weird. I probably need to restart my computer to fix that. God dang it, guys. Well, let's try, maybe I could use my PlayStation controller wired. Let's see if it works. It's lagging. Nope. Can't do that either, so I don't know what to do. What else do I do? Okay. So PlayStation controller's out. I can plug in my Xbox controller and it vibrates like it's supposed to work. You'd think it would. But it seems to be doing like weird stuff, like it doesn't actually work as a regular controller. This is what happens when you make your OS with AI, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have to add it? It keeps vibrating. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this. This sucks. Because I can't restart my computer right now. Gotta love Windows, guys. It's really fun and so cool. Windows is a really cool operating system. I love when it just decides to destroy my Bluetooth adapter. It's actually really cool. Yeah. What am I supposed to do about this? And I have it plugged in, right? Hold on. Man. And I can't seem to use my controller wired for some reason. Which is dumb. It's like using it as like a keyboard or something. I press things and then it... What? It just doesn't think that it's a controller. I don't know what to do, guys. It's quite unfortunate. I can't select anything. We might have to use DS5 Windows, unfortunately. I don't want to. Or DSX or whatever it is. I don't even remember where it's located on my computer, though. Oh, I just wanted to fix a simple bug. Do we even have that downloaded somewhere? God dang it. Where is DSX? Is it called DualSense X? There it is. Let's give this a try. Yeah, it's really frustrating that my Bluetooth just doesn't work right now for some reason. I don't know why it's deciding to do that. I forgot I did this. Is it working? Nope. Uh-oh, looks like you don't have the drivers. I do, though. And it crashed. I have Copilot. Get out. Okay. I don't know what to do then. Because this seems to not work, apparently. Because I guess I don't have the right drivers or something. Something bad happened on my computer, I feel like. Yes. Oh, DSX on Steam. I didn't know that they had it on Steam. I should grab that one instead. Oh, but does it cost money? Probably. Alright, let's plug the controller in. Amazing photo, I know, it's awesome. Okay, controller connected. Is it gonna crash again? There it goes, it crashed. This is extremely stupid. Well, guys, we may not be fixing this bug today. Apparently. Because I can't use my controller, so... That's real swell. I don't think I can't use it wirelessly because for some reason Bluetooth is not real on my computer anymore. So that's cool. Ew. Open Bluetooth. Yeah, it should just be like right here, but it's not. Reinstalling Bluetooth drivers. Let me do that, please. It's probably gonna destroy my computer. Yeah, let's go into my device manager and check my adapter. I mean, it definitely should be appearing in here. Yeah, right here. There's some kind of issue with it. Let's see what happened. Device power failure. That's not good. Can I, like, restart it? Huh. What am I supposed to do about that? It's a relatively new driver. I can just uninstall the device. But I don't think it's going to reinstall until I restart my computer. So... I'm probably kind of screwed. Which is super epic. Alright. Well, we're not going to do that today then, because I can't connect a controller to my computer. Awesome. I don't know why a cable doesn't work, for whatever reason. I can't just plug in my controller, because it thinks that it's like a keyboard or something. It keeps doing like keyboard binds. Is there a way that I can like change that? You know? It just doesn't make any sense. I'll give it one last try. And then if it still doesn't work, we're just gonna stop. And do it another time. The weird thing though is I don't even like see the controller in my devices list. Which is a little odd. Right? I mean, there's a USB receiver. I don't know if that's the device. Doesn't seem to be. I just don't even know what device it is. I'm assuming it's this one, controller. Yeah, it's just called controller. You'd think it would be fine. But it just doesn't work. Oh, now it decides to work all of a sudden. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Alright, anyways, we can actually test the bug now. Stupid. Okay, so apparently what was happening, I don't know if this is... Let's see. Mine first object with that on, it just always snaps to the spawn point. Which is not the case. It's just that the issue is that it just snaps to that. It's not a big deal. So all we have to do is just make it stop snapping to the spawn platform, and then we should be basically good to go. So let's do that. I think what I'll do for that is just make it so if a building is unmineable or something. Well, no, let's not do that. Let's go into level and see like what we can do about this. Because this is just treated as spawn pad. It's a static body 2D. It's on layer 3. Don't want to make it a collider, obviously. Well, let's just check and make sure as long as it's not a spawn pad. I'll just add it onto here. And say class name spawn pad. And that should fix all our issues, I think. So let's try that out. And then if we go back into the player and our selection stuff, I'm just going to double check and make sure that it's not the spawn pad. So I think it's in like process something. It's just me, is fishing really hard. You can upgrade your fishing rod with artifacts if you talk to Fishbert in the Space Hub. There's better reels that you can buy that make fishing way easier. So that would probably help you a lot. Yeah, you're not really meant to catch big fish like that. Like, you can, but it's really hard. Like, it's kind of the progression. Ideally, you'd, yeah, buy the upgrades instead. Where do I check all that? It's like process. I think it's an object interaction. Right here. Okay, so what this does in here is it gets this overlaps thing here. So how do I know what... Okay, conveyor. The overlaps is greater than that. We save that. So now what I'm gonna do instead is calculate what overlaps is. So up here, var object. Oops. So if object is vehicle, then let's do another one where we just say if object is not spawn pad, then we say object is equal to obj and say break. So that should work. Vehicles obj. I think that's everything. So now down here, see, what is this invalid? Okay, that doesn't matter. Oh, so we literally say if overlap vehicle, then we just set it, the object to that. Well, then instead of doing that, let's just go up here and say, just set it to our object. Yeah, so that should be fine. LF obj is not spawn pad. Then we do this stuff. Okay, so if we have a vehicle, we immediately choose that one as priority first. Oh, but I guess we do need to like loop through that separate. So let's keep these as two separate lines here. I guess I could just keep this here if overlap vehicle. Oops. Overlap vehicle. That's fine. So first we're just going to find the first object and we'll say if obj is not. So that's going to get the initial object. And then if there is one that's a vehicle, we immediately grab that one first. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter if that is there. We just grab whatever's first. All right, so now this should be excluding the spawn pad. So let's try this again. How many percent? What like percent of the game is completed? I would say we're definitely getting there. There's still more stuff that I want to add in, but we're probably around like 75% complete for Starground. I still want to add in a whole new automation planet and another dungeon at a bare minimum. And there's a lot of other things that I eventually would like to add as well. I want to do Steam Workshop support. Just a whole bunch of little things like that, so. Oh, and that's not happy. That's weird. Oh, I have to say if object is valid. Let's try this again. Okay, let's try in controller now and make sure everything's working. So it's still snapping for some reason to this spawn platform, which sucks. So that wasn't even the the issue here. Awesome. Let's just reset everything then, I guess. Well, I feel like this is more reliable though, honestly. Yeah, I'll keep it as it is, but we don't have to worry about spawn pad then here. That should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Because then in this case, we can check, like, if we have not found a valid object, it's not going to try to run any of this code, which is kind of important. So, which I guess I check invalid down there, which is interesting. Where do I even set invalid to true? Oh, I set invalid to false. That seems like a stupid way to do it. Well, I guess it's fine. It doesn't matter. Let's snooze that ad. So where does this controller snapping stuff really happen then? That's what we need to find out. Because apparently it's not in here. So let's search for where we say global.snap or something. Whatever that's called. It's like snap to first object. Let's just search this. We'll find it somewhere in here. Oh no, it's called a mine first object. What the heck is it called? Hold on. Snap. Smooth mining. But it's not smooth mining. What? Where is it? Do I not have it saved as an option? Oh, it's called hit first. Okay. Jeez Louise. So now I can figure out where that actually happens. I think it's somewhere inside of here. Okay. Just need to get hit first. Is this it? No, that's the button to change it. Okay, so it must be here then. Where do I do this? I'm trying to figure out where I actually use this variable, right? If global hit first. Okay. So you think it'd be in here. Oh, collider right here, if collider. Okay, I just need to say if collider and collider is not spawn pad. Now that should fix it. Let's try this again. And that should be it for this. Then we can go work on deadlift. All right. So now you can see I'm not snapping to that, but I do snap to all the other resources. All right. But I can still mine it. Like, I can still hover over it, I guess. I mean, it doesn't do anything, so there's not really a huge reason to, but it's fine right now. Alrighty, I think we're good to go. Cool. And let's also add a tooltip to that one, just because I think it would be a good idea. That's inside of the options menu. We'll do that 1 second. I just want to make sure this code in here is not going to crash. So if I put up a version, I don't want to have to do another patch. So object is null. We get our initial object here. And here we got our vehicle. If we have a conveyor, we always choose that one first. Otherwise, if we have a valid object... Otherwise, if we don't, then this stuff happens. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Don't think this code should have any issues. And then final thing, let's go into options menu and go add a tooltip to that control button. Just as a little help to what it actually means. To the closest object it can hit. And we'll have to translate those, which sucks. It's your mining laser on controller, smoothly move around. All right. I think that's the main thing, so let's go add on to here. So fixed an issue where mining snapping, snap to the spawn pad. Added tooltips to mining, snapping, and smooth or mining options. All right. I think we're good. Anyways, back to the other stuff. Can unplug my controller now. It's so stupid that I can't, like... I don't know what would cause my Bluetooth to just stop working. That seems very strange. But whatever. Alright, this is lured in. Wrong project. I have a billion things open, guys. Alright, funny robot guy. So he's all done. He's got sounds and stuff. Last time we worked on Deadlift, we did add in a bunch of sounds to all the guys. So we have sounds for the robot, bunch of guys. The kobolds that run around, they have sounds now. Just a whole bunch of guys. Yeah, it's coming along. Just thinking about like what the next thing that we really, you know, the most important thing to work on next is. I think one thing that I noticed, like, testing this game and stuff, is that, like, there definitely needs to be some more, like, balancing done. Or not, like, balancing, but more so, like difficulty ramping. Because right now there isn't really, like, the same amount of items and stuff spawn every single time. So there's not really, like, any real challenge or any thing that you have to conquer. It's just kind of way too easy. So I do want to get the like our scaling difficulty set up. I think that would really help make the game feel more meaningful to play. So that's probably gonna be what we do. Also, just a couple other miscellaneous things. I do want to work on like the crafting system. I think what we're going to do for that is just have like a little machine in the wall in the elevator that you can slot your items into and then be like, hey, I want to craft a thing. So, and I think the way we'll do crafting recipes is just keep all of them like unique. So, ancient automaton, yeah, that's him. Oh my eye. Yeah, could be just one moment, and then we'll dive into it all. Alrighty. So let's see. What do we want to do? Let's yo, thank you for the posture check. Much appreciated. My back has been aching recently. Ugh, I don't know why. I didn't really get that much sleep last night. That's definitely not helping. Do have another ad starting soon, so my apologies. Yeah, let's start on a difficulty level. I think that's like needed. And this is just going to be a value that we can kind of use to determine, like, you know, how difficult things are. And we'll just start it at 0, which is like the easiest, the baby mode. And then maybe with each level, we just increment it by whatever amount we decide. So it's going to be, I think it's going to modify a lot of things. It's going to change like aggression levels on entities. It's going to do how many items spawn. It's another thing. I do need to get item spawning set up. Like, we need to create some like tables and meshes and stuff for that. So maybe we will also work on that. I do need to do that. Maybe we do that right now, honestly. So we got ads starting in just a second here. My apologies, gamers. Let's get Blender open. Ooh, where's Blender? There it is. And yeah, let's just model up a couple like tables and stuff, I think. I think it's about time. This song is whack. What is this song from? Pokey's House? That's pretty crazy. Delete the default cube, because, you know, if you guys don't delete the default cube, then something ain't right. Sorry, guys, I have to send... I'm sending messages. Hold on. Hold on. I'm almost done. Hold on. Okay. So we want to do a table, I think, just to start out with like figuring out how items are going to spawn in. I did task Maxwell with this, but he never did it, so I'm doing it now. Always delete the default cube, then I add a cube. Good man, good. As you should. Let's do a meter. Put them up at 0.5 meters. All right, this is our table. Table's one of the easiest things you could ever model. So you just do this. Now, I did put down some, let me go look at Miro. I did put down some like size constraints because I gotta set it up in a way to where it's not gonna overlap too much on the navigation map for entities. So let's look at that again. Let's see here, right here. Yeah, so like no wider than 1 meter, so we should be okay. Yeah. Also, my computer's lagging. I need to figure something out. Something's causing it. Let's see what's going on. I mean, we're kind of full on RAM, but something is chewing up my GPU right now. Let's figure out what that is. Well, it doesn't really say what it is. Video encode in 3D. I'm out of VRAM. That's like the issue right now. Oh, it's probably this. Filter Forge. Let's close that. Save the project and then close it. I bet that helps a lot. Let's see. It's still not good. Something else is... Let's close some of these projects and stuff. Let's close Seasons Overlay. Let's close Starground for a moment. Or at least just close all the tabs and stuff. Yeah, Godot's pretty unoptimized with the way that it renders in its tabs in the background. I don't know why it's so stupid. Close all those. And then deadlift tabs, of course. Let's close those. Let's see if that's any better. It's definitely better. I would love to get a 5090 one day and have all that VRAM, but it's freaking expensive though, guys. I don't know how I'll ever afford it in this economy. It's like all the main things closed. Let me get it closed. Let's close GitHub. That should be fine for now. Now it's running normal. Twitch ad is lagging. Dang. Alright, so this is just going to be sort of like a coffee table. I want to make it like a, maybe we could make it like a folding table or some kind of like industrial table. These are like fake industrial tables, like. What kind of table would you see in a factory or some kind of workplace? Probably like this. All right. So let's extend it out a little bit more. 1.5 again. That should be fine there. So now we're gonna do some tubes. Steel cylinder with like 8 vertices. Set origin to 3D cursor. B-roar. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Only 8 more coins. I can afford the $800 fishing rod. Let's go. Oops. Let's push that guy down a little bit. If it will let me select it. Excuse me, sir. Oh, that's this guy over here. Hey, Ezra, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? You're still too thick, I think. Oops. Oh, it's because I have to do... Can I do local? Nope. That's fine. Let's reset the origin point for a second. Yeah, welcome in everybody. We are currently working on Deadlift right now. We were just doing a couple little bug fixes for Starground just a second ago. And got that all worked out. There are some bugs though, it's too bad. There's like a lot of weird bugs that I just can't seem to solve or replicate, so.
Raid, hello.
Thank you for the text speech. So I think most of those kinds of bugs, I'm just gonna have to wait until multiplayer pure gets updated, which is unfortunate, but you know, I don't know what else I'm supposed to really do. It really sucks when you get bugs like that because it's like, man, I want to fix these, but it's out of my control, so I don't know. But anyways. Am I crazy? Are you a little laggy? I was having computer lag. It seems okay. Am I delayed? Sometimes Twitch has weird delays. I've noticed like a lot of people say that I'm delayed and then they just try refreshing the page and then sometimes it's fine. I don't know why Twitch does that. It's just a weird little thing. But as far as I can tell, I don't see any visible delay on OBS. So 22-second delay? That doesn't seem right. I don't have any dropped frames or anything. Yeah, try giving Twitch a refresh if that's happening. I don't know why it always does that. But anyways, we are working on Deadlift. We're modeling a little table right now. This is gonna have items that can spawn on top of it. I don't have to go too crazy with this table. I'll just stop there and make another. Which I don't know if I'll even do the other one. Might do some like thin bands. That's probably about it. Well, I guess I'll do that as a geometry. Anyways, working on our Hollow Knight like platformer project template demo for the Godot starter course I'm making. Oh, let's go. Nice. Didn't realize you were doing that. Yeah. That's a good progress. That's sick. Yeah. I'll have to. Yeah, it sucks. It's always like hard to. Sometimes it's hard to raid people that are on the same streaming schedules, you know, because I'm always streaming when you're streaming. So, but hopefully one day I can hop in there. Maybe on one of my days that I don't stream. So Cosmo, thank you for the speed. So am I still delayed for you guys? I don't know what else I can change on my end. I'm not sure. Everything on OBS appears to be okay. Yeah, I also do stream on YouTube. Which I can also do if necessary. Hey, Micro, welcome in. Mike, I think it's, I don't know. How's it going? Yeah, I mean, I don't see, here, let's see if it's delayed for myself. Nah, it's only like a 1 second delay for me. Refresh, change the 1 minute latency to 4 seconds. Yeah, it's stupid. I don't know why Twitch does that all the time, but I notice it constantly when I'm like trying to watch streams. I'm like, oh my god, I'm like 5 minutes behind, and then I refresh and it's fine. So yeah, just one of those things. But anyways, fresh and it seems okay. Okay, cool. It's probably doing some sort of client-side buffering for smooth experience. Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying. People always have issues with that. Anyways, I think this table's fine. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Let's give it some auto smoothing. Boom. Merge all the geometry together. Oops, I have to apply the mirror. And there we go. Auto smooth it again so it's not weird. And it did some weird normal stuff. Or something. It's doing something weird. Oh, it probably has a... Does it have edges marked as sharp? Weird. Clear sharp doesn't do anything. It's got these like weird lines. I don't know if it has to do with the smoothing here. Because setting that up all the way doesn't do anything. That's annoying. Sometimes Blender does this. I don't know why. I thought it would be like a normal thing, but it does not seem to work. It's not a big deal, but... Anyways, off I go. Hope you have a nice game dev holiday. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good stream. Yeah. Thanks so much for coming in. Good luck to you on your project, and Merry Christmas. Let's just turn off auto smoothing then on this and just shade it flat, whatever. It's annoying though that I can't, whatever guys. Let's export this as a table. I don't think I really need to do this as like a blend file, since it's pretty simple. Yeah, I'll just do it as a blend file so that when we do other ones, we have that ability. Should be fine. Okay. Time to go to Maze Game. How do I create a bookmark? Because apparently I have a bookmark over here. Oh, new add bookmark. Very interesting. I need to do that. So can I just go in here into models and then say add bookmark? Let's go. That makes it way easier. I'll just call this a table.blend. Oops, get rid of the light and camera though. So now we have to set up some code to procedurally generate decorations like that. So that's something that we're going to have to figure out. I'm just trying to think about, like, maybe the way I want to do this is have the table origin point set to like the position it's going to be up against. So if I have it right there, then I know that that's the point that should, like, be against the wall. So we could give that a try. I don't know if it's going to work. Another thing I need to do is make sure that it's oriented in the proper rotation. So I'm probably going to have to do like that. We have to look inside of the scene and see what it actually needs to be, because it should be facing toward -Z. So let's get table. So let's see where this is facing. Boom. Yeah, we're good to go. All right. So we need to create a new inherited scene. Call this table.scene. And then scenes. And now I should be able to just spawn this in wherever I want. It's facing toward -Z, which is forward in Godot, so we should be good. So over into world now. I guess sort of where we say generate items right here. I might change the way that I do that. I'm gonna have a new function for eye and range. Let's say 20. Generate decoration. And we're just gonna create a new script for handling all that. All right. So what this is going to do, we're just going to have a temporary list of our decorations is... Let's just make it an array for now. Reload table.scene. Finally got a big fish achievement. Let's go. 800 rod was worth it. Yeah. It definitely makes it way easier to catch things with that, so nice. So I'm going to say var decoration is decorations dot pick random, and we'll probably do our weight system with this instead, but for now it's okay. Dot instantiate. So we're going to choose kind of like what we do in generate item and stuff. Where we get a random position right here. Let's do that over here. So we get all of our positions that we can spot it on. And then we say is positions.pick random. So that's going to give us a random position. Now we say add child decoration. Say decoration.global position is equal to position. And then the final thing is we have to figure out like the rotation that it should be. So I'm just going to assume that these are always, yeah, facing the side. So now what I need to know is like sort of what we do, I think, with get valid wall. I use this with spawning the breakers actually. So where do we, yeah, spawn breakers. Let's figure out how we do this. So found wall. Let's actually just copy this thing in here because it's gonna work in a very similar way to how this one works. Also, I realize we can just say positions as that. Let's do it this way. Then say global position is... Let's get our grid position. So now we're going to grab found wall, and this is like, we're going to need this to figure out our position. Okay. So now we say var final position is equal to global position. So this found wall dot position minus global position. And actually we have to check as long as it's not infinite, because this can like potentially fail. So oh, I see. So I guess that's returning it in terms of global. So we don't actually need to do any of that stuff. And we probably don't need global position. Because down here we just say set global position to position, so let's just say that then. We don't need to know that. And we can set the Y position. So we say is equal to 0. And I think that's it. And then this is how it's getting or setting the rotation of the decoration. So it sets rotation Y to angle to point final position 2D. So I guess I need these two things here. Okay. And I think that's it. So we're going to try this out. So hopefully what this will do, this gets a list of positions. This gets a list of grid positions. And then this is our found wall. So we found a valid wall position. Then we go ahead and set our global position to that. Set the Y value properly. We pick a decoration. We figure out our final position and then choose the rotation. So hopefully if we load this up, it should be spawning in 20 different tables now. Let's see. We'll find out. Loading FNAF clone, let's go. Yeah, I have no idea if this is actually going to generate these things properly. It might, like, do some weird stuff and, like, offset them to the edge, because... Actually, I don't know if I applied the transforms here. I don't know what's going to happen. We're about to find out. Curious to see. Ideally, there's just some tables on the edges. Oh, I can see one. Okay, okay. Rotation is wrong. It's a little quirky. And so is that one. What about this one over here? This one's rotation is actually correct, which is very interesting. Actually, it seems like they're all pointing that direction. So I think that's the only issue here, really, that we're having, is just not setting the rotation of these properly. So let's figure out why. Oh, duh. So we do need global position. That is actually something we need. So we need to go spawn breakers and get that global position. Then back to spawn, generate decoration. So yeah, we need global position there. Then this we say final position. We don't even really need to say that. I'm just going to say found wall. Or no, that's like a wall that's been found. So we say Yeah, let's just say final position is that. Now, down in here, local final, we set this one to final position. Then I can figure out what the proper final 2D position is. Alright, so let's try this again. Hopefully the rotation is working. Ayo, let's go. You got a link to it now? Nice, nice. I presume it's this. We could try it out. I'll go ahead and download it. All right. Let's give these decorations one last look. Have I exported it correctly? We'll see. Should probably be okay. Let me just check these decorations again. It's still weird. Now it seems really messed up. I don't know. It's these ones are not right. It's picking like a weird position for some reason. So that needs to be fixed. And the rotation is still completely screwed up, so... Strange, though. I wonder why it's not working. Let's look at this code. So table, positions, grid position, global position, found wall. It's not infinite. They say final position is that. And that is how I do it down here, right? In spawn breaker. Let's copy all this code again and go back to generate decoration. Make sure we're doing it okay. Because it should be theoretically the same sort of thing here. So we get positions, grid position, global position, found wall. Yeah, so that should be fine. And then local final is found wall position minus global position. Final position 2D is that. And then we say found wall dot position is not equal to infinity. Then breaker global position we say is, let's just do that. And then also say decoration dot. And then we say rotation Y, vector 2, angle to point, final position 2D. So yeah, I mean, it should be fine. It's really weird that it's like, seems to be so broken. And this should be converting this into a global position, I think. Yeah, because this is just returning a raycast position, so that should definitely be fine. Data.rotation. It's interesting that I don't seem to take that into account. Do I do any kind of weighting on this? Maybe this is what's going on here. No, it's fine there. Strange. So this does return a rotation. Is that just the wall rotation? Like, what is that? It's equal to direction here. Okay. And that's a vector. So yeah, I guess you do have to use that to actually figure out the real rotation. There's gotta be something wrong here. Found wall not position to global position. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Strange. Anyways, let's open scary game. Uh-oh. Let's see what happens. Godot Game Engine. 12 p.m. What was that? It went away so fast. What was the other controls? I didn't read what it was. It was like Alt or something? That guy keeps showing up to the right, man. Oh, Control A and D, okay. Whoa. Do I have, like, battery on my flashlight? Yeah, I know I can hold it. I just don't... Okay, there's no battery. Okay. I think some audio cues for when those guys show up would be nice. It's more of a shooter than a horror game? Okay. Jump scare is pretty nice. I feel like all I need to do is just this then. Start rotating PNG. Okay, okay. Oops. Because I don't know what to add. I think there needs to be something that prevents me from just like doing this. Like, one of the things about Five Nights at Freddy's is it's a resource management game at the end of the day. Because you have, like, a limited battery. So I think it would be good if you could, like... I think, first off, yeah, you should make it so that things consume electricity. So, like, using your flashlight a bunch, if I just hold it on, that should consume electricity. Or, like, you should have some kind of flashlight battery. So that I can't just spam like this forever. And I think you should give these guys some kind of little auditory thing for when they actually show up in an event. Because FNAF does that a lot. Like, you can hear people crawling in events, and it means something. The other thing that you could do, of course, Five Nights at Freddy's has cameras. You don't necessarily have to do a whole camera system, but I think what it needs is, like, there needs to be something that I'm doing on the screen to distract me from looking at these guys. Because right now all I'm doing is just continually rotating my camera around and spamming my flashlight. So... Hey... That is really loud. Oh my god. Now I'll let the jump scare happen. I'm gonna turn down desktop audio a lot. Sorry everybody's ears. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll just let the jump scare happen now. Any more puzzle like FNAF? Yeah. Yeah, sorry about the volume, guys. Alright, we're good though. Yeah, that's pretty epic. Yeah, just some kind of like little task or something doing the screen I think would be a really big help to like giving the game some more substance. So, yeah. I always thought it would be fun to do a FNAF clone like that. I don't know what it would like be about though, but I don't know. I guess in a way this is kind of a FNAF clone. Well, it's not a clone, but you know, there's some elements of FNAF. Try that, sounds good, yeah. Do it up. These are still rotating completely wrong. I need to figure out, is it like a consistent rotation issue? Because this one's rotated the opposite way as this one. So I'm thinking that it's not... Because these ones are all rotated differently. I think I just need to offset the rotation by 90 degrees. But it makes me curious about the breakers. Like, how are those oriented inside of their scene then? Because they must be... That's the reason. Okay. So the breakers are not rotated properly, which is why it works. So we have to work on that and fix the breaker rotation. But should be fine. For now, let's just do pi divided by 2. And that should rotate it by 90 degrees. We might have to do a negative rotation. We'll see. Also, Meowletary, welcome in. Is this Deadlift? Yeah. It is Deadlift, indeed, yeah. Name's up there now, it's all good. But yeah, we're just working on getting decoration spawning working in the corridors now. And it's not only decorations. This is just going to be a system for really spawning anything kind of centered around the walls. So... But it's going good so far. I think the position stuff is set up properly. I just need to kind of get the rotation set up. Which it might actually be okay now. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Will's Wanders. Welcome in. How's it going? What are we up to today on your stream? This seems wrong. It looks like the rotation is opposite of what it should be. It should have been rotated the other way. Yeah. So let's do that really quick. So yeah, we need to do a negative rotation here. And it seems like it's improperly putting things in the center of a room, which doesn't make any sense. So I'm not sure why that's happening either. We'll figure that one out. We were playing The Witcher. Nice. That's awesome. That's cool stuff. Yeah, I've never played The Witcher, but it seems really cool. I think the thing that scares me away from it is just how long the game is. Because The Witcher 3 is like, isn't it like 300 or 400 hours of playtime? It's like insane. So. But it does seem cool. I don't know, maybe one day I'll try it out. If I have the time. You're playing The Witcher 1. Okay, okay, nice. Interesting. Yeah, that's really cool though. This looks a little quirky. It's weird that it doesn't put the position perfectly where it needs to be. That's weird though. These ones are aligned, but then these ones aren't. For whatever reason. A little strange. What are we working on here? This is a game that I'm working on called Deadlift. It's a survival horror roguelite. And I guess really at the 2, it's more, it's the big thing is it's like a resource management game, so. But yeah, we're getting these decorations here to spawn in. There's still a little bit of weirdness going on with some of the positions and stuff, but we're working on getting that figured out. Most of these do spawn correctly, like this one's all good. It's aligned against the wall and it's rotated correctly. But sometimes they just spawn randomly in like the middle of the hallway. I'm also seeing some weird stuff where like the position is just offset a little bit for some reason too. I don't know what's going on with that. So yeah, there's a couple things that we need to figure out, but that's getting there. It's super cheap on Steam to get all 3 in the bundle at the moment. Oh yeah, I bet. With the winter sale. Let me see how much it is. Oops, not Wither. Witcher 3. Let's see. Oh yeah, 90% off. It's crazy. If Steam would load. Steam for me, ever since winter sale started, has just been extremely laggy and bad. Like I haven't been able to go to the store page and stuff because this keeps happening. So I don't know what to do about that. Maybe it works better inside of the client. I think it's still broken. Man. Alright, I'm gonna go sleep. It's 2 a.m. Yeah. Do it up. Thanks for coming in, Cosmo. Good luck on your project. It's looking pretty epic. Yeah, it's just not loading. I can't get onto Steam. It's too bad. It's annoying though, because I'm trying to get onto Steam to check for like Steam forum questions for Starground. But I just can't do it. It doesn't work. So it kind of sucks. Yeah, this is one of the ones that spawn erroneously. As you can see, it, for some reason, it's just kind of in the middle of the hallway. which is really strange. I don't know why it's doing that. The only thing I could think of is that it has to do with the world generation code. Because it's generating after I generate enemies, so maybe it's hitting one of the enemies, the raycast, and then saying, oh yeah, that's a wall. So it's possible that's what's happening. But it would be strange. I mean, we can try and see what happens. I've updated my Steam. It should be up to date. Where would I check that? It's like settings and updates. I don't know where I would... How would I update interface? I've never done a manual update on Steam before. I don't know how to do it. Cloud? I don't know. Oh, check for updates right there. Yeah, there is a patch. Let me, I'll go ahead and try that. Hopefully that... No! It's shutting down Blender. Okay. Let's close Blender. Yeah, let's give that a try and see if it fixes it, because I've not been able to use it at all. It's weird, though, that I can't even... Yeah, the browser one doesn't even work either, though, so it's a little quirky. Alright, let's see if this works now. That could be the issue that was happening with the spawning. It's possible. The only way that would work is if these raycasts were actually set to hit entities, which I don't know if they are. That'd be inside of the get valid wall script, which I only have the collision layer set to 1, so I have my doubts about that being the issue, but let's see. So far so good though, that one's correct. And this was the one, like the shape that was having issues before. So that one's against the wall. So is that one. And that one. What about this guy? Yeah, that one's also good. Interesting. So I guess we're fine. Seems like we're doing good. So yeah, now we just need to make a bunch of different decorations and stuff. Yeah, let's give this a try, see if we can load Steam now. And yeah, these tables are going to have different items that spawn on top of them. They're kind of just like... I don't want all of the items in the game to just randomly be scattered around on the ground, so I think it's a good idea to have them up on something. Yeah, it seems fine. I don't know why it was colliding with entities before like that. It's a little funny. But I don't see any issues with them spawning. We can also go into this mode with the test light enabled just to get a quick overview of everything. Yeah, that actually seems pretty good. I don't see any problems. All these have spawned correctly. So cool. So this is a really easy way then to spawn our decorations, and all we have to do is just choose a scene and then use that get closest wall script or whatever. So yeah, not too bad. There's a bunch of different decorations I do want to do. I want to do stuff like leaves and like clutter on the ground on the edges of the hallways, just like some random garbage and, you know, some rubble. I just want to make this place look like it's used. Hopefully none of that should be like bad for performance. I mean, it's just gonna be meshes, so it's probably fine. But anyways, let's see. Come on, can I load the store page? Moment of truth. Not looking good. I think I'm gonna have to wait until like way later tonight when nobody's on Steam. Yeah, it's crazy that there's so many people, it just doesn't even work anymore. I wonder if I could load it on my phone. I doubt it, but let me give it a try. It probably has more to do with just Steam servers than anything. Yeah, I just I can't load Steam. Interesting. Well, that's too bad, because I want to look for games to buy. But I'm sure later tonight when nobody's on, it'll be fine. It's kind of funny, though. But oh well. I'll look at that deal once I can actually get loaded. Yeah, these are all spawning in. So let's just add some code to these. Should be really easy. I'm just going to... I have a function generate item, which... This now... I think I have another one called like create item. Yeah, so let's just run this create item script. And then generate item, that also does some stuff here where it figures out like what ID it should be. So I think I'll say function get random item. And this will return a string for the ID. Keep that there for a second. And all it's going to do is this stuff. So it's going to create a list of item IDs. Then we say return item IDs dot pick random. And that should be it. So now instead of saying that, we just say get random item. Boom. And then we say create item. So it should be really easy now. I can just call that directly from the table scene. So if we go over to the table, give it a new script. And also I want to make this table a, oops, wrong scene. Table. Let's make it a root type of static body 3D. Let's also automatically generate a collision shape. Let's say physics generate static layer 1. Boom. So on function ready of this table, we're going to call global.world.create item. And for position, we're just going to say global position plus vector 3, 0, 2, 0. Then item ID is going to be global.world. Get random item. That should be it. So now all the tables will spawn with one item. I do want to do some different like potential spawn arrangements. So I want a chance of it spawning no items, one item, or maybe even potentially 2 items as well. Because I think the more random, the better. Now we wait. Yeah, and I need to figure out how I want to do like the dungeon generation stuff. What I need to do is like as you're... Whoa. Okay, I see. Hold on. Before I spawn in that item, I'm going to do this stuff before I add it as a child. Because it's not getting the position properly. Yeah, this still is not generating, huh? Crazy. What happens if I click on one of these offers? No, those don't even generate either. Okay. Crazy. Alright, so let's descend. Whoa, what? What in tarnation? Okay. So what's going on there? I guess I can't set position before I do that. Which is too bad. I'll give it just a frame in here. Smell like a candle or something burning. It's none of my candles. Interesting. Alright, let's try this again. It's still spawning. Okay, so this is just one thing I need to fix, though. It should not be spawning a table like this, because now I'm locked in. I can't get out. Oh. It's kind of funny. All right. So yeah, we need to change that. Let's see. So I'm just going to go to get valid wall and remove that from being a valid wall if it gets it pointing towards 0. So how do I want to check for that? Just thinking here. So 2 is from plus dir. And how far do these raycasts extend? It's 10? Interesting. So let's just say if 2 is not equal to vector 3, then let's see, what would that position be? That's on the z-axis. That should be negative, like 2 or something. Then here I'll just say return data. Let's try that. I think it's more elevator music in. So yeah, hopefully that should just prevent any tables or decorations from spawning right in front of the door. Because that's obviously kind of a problem. That's weird that doesn't seem to be working. What is going on with that? I think I broke something. If I uncrouch under here, I stay still, which is weird. But then over here, for some reason, when I uncrouch, I do not stay under the table. I phase through it like this. So I need to figure out what's going on with that. It might be because my raycast is like a little bit too high. Let's go look at that. Because I have this like crouch check raycast here. Okay, that's a capsule shape. How does this work? Okay, I see. So it's literally just let's change this away from being a capsule into a cylinder, I think. Wish that I could see it easier. I feel like it's like invisible or something. Why do I not see it? I mean, it's there. Oh, is it because it's not enabled? Oh, there we go. So I want to set that to like 1 meter, like that. I think that should work a little bit better. Let's give this another try. Nope, that still does not work. Does it work over here? It does. But it's interesting that it doesn't work here. Because you'd think that it would be colliding. Maybe it's just I need to make it a little bit taller. Set the height to like 1.1. And then like shift it down just ever so slightly. But now that should be okay, I think. But let's try that. Let's just shift it down then by... Let's go up to 1.2 and then shift it down to 1.4 on the Y. That should be correct right there. Let's give that a try. There we go. Now it's crouching properly. There's still like a little bit of tiny clipping where you can kind of like phase into it like that. And I think that just has to do with like camera smoothing. So that's something that we'll sort of have to fix. But yeah, I want the player to be able to sort of hide underneath these tables to avoid enemy detection. So that's another reason that I'm adding in tables. They're not just going to be for item spawning. But yeah, it looks like the item spawning is working though. Unfortunately, I see something over there that's not good. Okay, so we're still getting some weird issues with this finding valid positions, which doesn't make any sense. Somehow this shot out a raycast and decided, yeah, I have a wall that way. So that's not correct. I don't know how it's doing that, honestly. The only thing I can think of is that position is just being set to something weird. I'm going to set these to null by default for position. And then in all these cases where I check like the position, I just say if not equal to null. Let's try that. Let's see, get valid wall. Position's not null. Should be okay now. Yeah, this is strange. Don't know why it would be somehow doing a raycast that way. Because what is like the start position on this? From? Which that should be okay. It's going to return grid position. Which that should always be at 0. Just get map chords pushes back that. So we should be okay. Strange. Could just be a weird position thing where it wasn't set to infinity for some reason. But setting it to null, that should fix it, I think. We'll see if it works, though. And this one did the weird thing again, where it's like, got a weird gap. Okay, so unfortunately, our bug has not been fixed. I don't know why. You can see sometimes it just has like it just spawns a little bit weird. Most of these ones are all okay. But for some reason, specifically this one here on this corridor, it decides to spawn a little bit out from the wall, which is definitely odd. I don't know why it does that. Because as far as I can tell, there doesn't seem to be any weird collision thing there. So that's strange. I don't know, like, what it would be hitting early that would cause, like, a weird... Oh, unless what's happening is that it's running the collision before we've properly removed the previous world. I think that might be what's happening with some of these erroneous collisions. So let's go fix that. I think what I need to do is give it a frame between generating the maze and destroying the old one. Because we say clear objects right here. Okay, so exit maze, this is where everything happens. So if we're not on the surface, otherwise here what we say is set doors false, wait for them to close, then we clear the grid map. Let's see, so if intermission, which we start on, I'm just gonna do this stuff. Close the doors. Toggle shop false. If not surface. Otherwise we say clear objects and begin travel. So at the end we call travel finished, and I think this is the issue right here, is that we clearing objects, I don't think we give it enough time. Because I just say right here, travel finished, generate maze, and then probably clear objects in here. Don't seem to, though. How am I clearing out those nodes? That's what I wonder. Oh, I just say outside queue free right here. So that's the issue. I need to clear the outside along with that other function. And hopefully that fixes the issue. Right in here for clear objects, I'm just going to say if surface, then say that's false and clear the outside. So let's try this again. I think that's what's going on here. It's really smoky in my room. I need to, you'll see what's going on upstairs. Something must be burning. And watch, boom. So outside gets deleted properly, which is good. And now we shouldn't have any issues with there being like phantom collision shapes. Because what was happening before was that this was technically colliding with that previous like outdoor area. But now it shouldn't do that anymore. And that should fix all of our issues. Yeah, we look to be good now. Okay, minor problem corrected. I am going to be right back just for a minute. Go see what's going on upstairs. Where is our BRB screen? There it is. Be right back, gamers. One moment.
Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I found an empty glass, reflecting that's a truth. It's telling what's not to be told. I need the mask. I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, heart in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me, just a cage of bones, there's nothing inside. Will it always be burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a sharpshooter at post masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a sharpshooter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Looks like I was just in time for the ads. Alright. Anyways, let's go table, or not. Let's go texture this table. Pipe metal. Whoa. Okay, we got to fix that. I think it's because the scale of the table is completely whack. Come on. It loaded. Now, how long is it going to take to load? Okay. So how much is this? Oh yeah, it's only $10 for all three of them. Oh no, that's just The Witcher 3. $7, even better. Okay. Could be neat, just to try these out. I mean, I don't know though if I'd really ever realistically play the first one or second one. Ooh, excuse me. I'd probably just go straight to the third one. Whoa. Because that's like the popular one. But anyways, interesting. I'll keep it in mind. Alright, let's fix all of our scale transforms and stuff. Hopefully that does it. There we go. So we got a freaking table, guys. Freaking table. And I'm thinking about how I want to do or like sneaking mechanics, you know? I think what we might need to do is give sneak zones like areas that the player can enter into that would count as like being hidden, you know? And maybe each one can have a different value associated with it too. So I don't know, something like that would probably work. Well, so what is going on here? Shouldn't that be... Thought I... Oh, excuse me, set the root type. I did not. And then... Oh, I see. I want to generate physics for the whole scene. Which, I don't see an option to do that. I think you do have to do that per... It's fine. Alright. Oh, I have to say extend the static body 3D. And if I go back into the table... Table... Is it correct? It is still not proper. Weird. There's nothing in this table scene that matters, so let's delete it. Let's make sure our table blend file is all proper. Root type, static body. Root name, table. Should be fine. Generate the physics, re-import. Now, let's create a new scene. Delete that one. Make a new inherited scene. It's still not a static body. What is going on, bro? I don't know what's happening. I set the root type to static body 3D. And then re-import it. But then when I throw it into a scene, it says that it's a regular node 3D. So I don't know what's happening. Let's go ahead and relaunch Godot. I'm just gonna close all these things right now. Starground. Let's close. Temporary close the overlay. All right. Overlay. Say game devable. How's it going? Trying to figure out how to make a skill tree without making a skill tree. It's quite the issue. That is quite the issue, yeah. What's your kind of goal with the system then? Like, there's a lot of ways to do like skills like that. It doesn't always necessarily have to be like a tree. Some games do it where it's just kind of like individual stats that you can upgrade. Like Project Zomboid does that. But yeah. Alright, this better work, guys. I don't know why it just does not want to change the thing. What is going on? There's all these errors. Problems. Table scene does not exist, yeah. And this one. Can't load areas. It's probably because world wasn't properly loaded. Okay, let's try this again, though. Have our table blend file. Now the type is a static body. Awesome, dude. And Godot sometimes has some funny moments like that. Anyways. Yeah, and why is this giving this directly to... I don't want it to work like that. I wish I could just set a physics shape just for the base scene. Well, no matter. Let's disable the physics there. And then just give this a collision shape. And we'll just give this like a flat collision shape on the top. Right there. Right there. Right there, and right there. Alright. Oh. Hold it. Ooh. I think it's off a little bit on the vertical. It's never going to be 100% correct, but that's good enough. Alright, we got to give it the table script again. I'll go back into world. Now, hopefully all of these other nodes get fixed. Like, entity should be okay now. So with Aries. Okay. Let's try this again. Hopefully it all spawns in properly. Heard noises. Yeah, so these seem good now, and they're actually static bodies. Just look for another one. So yeah, there's a couple other decorations I want to do. I want to do one that's like a... also, now these guys collide. So that's something that we do have to work on, is add these guys to the... change when the navigation regions actually get baked. So... in generate maze, I think I do those functions in here. So I'm gonna pull those out of there. and kind of more finely decide when it actually decides to generate. So I'm going to say, after I spawn and all that stuff, await another physics frame, and then we start the baking. And I want to go ahead and say visible navigation, just to see if it works. The other thing that we need to set is, I think we need to add it to a group now. Because if we look at these, they are inside of the... or not in there. The grid map. They're in the maze mesh group. So if I go back to table, go to here, add it to maze mesh, and hopefully that will now add it onto the list of colliders for the navigation region. Let's find out. I just want these guys to be able to navigate around obstacles like that, so... So far, it doesn't look like it actually did anything. Oh, no, it did. You can see, like, the... It does have a chunk taken out, so they don't run into the tables now. Which is good. I want to get one on the side here, though. Let's go, this mode. Really did not spawn in a lot of tables this time. Yeah, it looks like that actually totally worked, so you can see it properly, takes a chunk out of the mesh for when something's on the side like that. So, cool. That should fix any kind of navigation issues with decorations on the side and stuff. Now, something that these tables do actually do is they block the movement of large entities like the robot. So, I will have to be careful. There's probably a couple scenarios where the robot could potentially get stuck. Like, let's say that there's a table here and the robot spawns here. He wouldn't be able to move anywhere and he would just kind of be stuck there forever. So I do need, like, some way of figuring that out, or, like, not making that happen. And I think that those guys, the big guys, are just going to ignore the decorations like that. Since... Yeah, I'm just trying to think how I want to do it. Because I don't want to break the navigation. Let's go ahead and just spawn in some big guys and, like, see what happens. Let's go to ready and just spawn a bunch of robots. And I want to see how screwed up they are. So, Buttermilk Pancake, thank you for the follow. So, dude, not much. We're working on Deadlift right now. It's a horror game that I'm working on. You descend down into your elevator, collect food and resources, and yeah. Having a good evening. Game looks cool. Yeah, thank you very much. It's going good. So my main issue is how I want them displayed. I have some concept art for something that I thought would work, but it's not scalable. Maybe a bit annoying to navigate in. Yeah. Yeah, UI design can definitely be tricky with stuff like that. Like, especially doing something more complicated like that, like a tree. I can definitely see your problem then, your quandary. Yeah, see, this guy here, he's not going to be able to navigate past, is he? Unless he can. I mean, let's see. Watch. Maybe he can... Maybe it's close enough to the other point that he can just, like, skip it. Nope. He just saw the table and he's like, nah, no way. So yeah, we need to figure out something about that. Go sleep. See, I don't want him to collide with the walls or with the furniture like that. I might put furniture like that on just a separate layer then. We need a layer for like stuff that only the player collides with, honestly. So. Also Godot Dev, but right now, okay, nice. Been working with Blender because my asset creation is cheeks. Yeah, no, I feel that. It's good to spend time to learn Blender stuff better. I've been doing Blender for a while, so, you know, the jump to 3D hasn't been too bad so far, but definitely a lot of new things to learn, though. A lot with just, like, how do you properly, like, set up UVs and all that kind of stuff for in-game assets. It's definitely different. Like a month out from being capable? Yeah, that's cool, though. The main thing is that in order to be good, it needs to display everything in one area. Yeah. Plus the original idea of Discord. Awesome. Take a look at that. Here we go, yeah. Okay, okay. I see. So yeah, just having kind of a screen like this. I mean, it depends on, it wouldn't be too bad to set up a tree if you do, like, set up the manual connections. There is actually, I believe, a node in Godot designed for a menu specifically like this. And I think it is called a tree node or something in here. It's like a, it's one of these control nodes. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but I've seen it in here and I was like, yeah, it's this one. It's the graph edit node. So this might be very helpful to you if you're trying to set up something like this, because it lets you do like a tree structure. So definitely take a look at that. That might be helpful. So hey, Plobby, welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to today? Nice of the 2D pixel art, but my 3D art is lacking, so 2026 is about working on that. Nice. Yeah, I also come from a mainly pixel art background, so but it's been fun though. I think 3D does have a lot of potential for just different ideas, you know? Like, I mean, obviously you have a whole new dimension to work with, so that's yeah, that's a big thing. True, be purely visual. I don't want, you can only purchase this upgrade if you have this one bought. Ah, okay. If that's the case, I don't think I would do like an actual tree structure like that then, because I think that would be confusing to players. If I saw an upgrade screen with lines stemming from these other nodes, immediately I would assume as a player that means I have to do this one before I can do that one. So I wouldn't display it like that at all. I think it would be better just to have these things be like little separated nodes without lines in between them. Or you could just do something more like this where it's just a list. I don't think anybody would really complain about something like that. You could kind of group these up into their own sections, you know? Have like sort of like an outlined box around a set of specific abilities that are all kind of on the same note as each other. That would be kind of a good way to just organize it a little better instead of just having them all randomly scattered. Oh, that's the game area. Oh, okay. So this is like how the upgrades are. Okay. Okay, so I see. So you click on each one of these to like enter its menu, and then you get the list of all the different upgrades. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's pretty much fine. And there's a lot of ways that you can do UI, but I don't see any issue with that. It's basically like having tabs. Should be fine. Yeah, that's basically the idea. I want to avoid this hub because then it'll be annoying to click through. That is, yeah, that is true. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, one option that you have is to basically just make it like a map. Where like you can zoom in and out and move your camera around on your map to look at all of the different upgrades. So that's one option, because then you can just have all the upgrades on one screen and just have them in their own little clusters of types of upgrades, right? So that would be a super easy way to compare, because you can just move over with the camera and then look at a different one instead of having to go click through a bunch of different menus. The other option that would make it a little bit easier to compare is, instead of doing this where you have like a thing to go into another thing, you can just do like sort of a tab approach where it's just you have a list of all the different tabs up here of each category, and you can just click on these and it automatically brings you up to the menu that you clicked on. I do that a lot in Starground for different UIs, like especially inside of the shopkeeper UI and stuff like that. If I can load, okay, yeah, we're good. So I got logged out of Steam. I don't know what happened. I don't know if I have it in any of the screenshots here, but I don't think so. Yeah. But also, or like potentially like the building menu in Starground 2, where it's got all the buttons with icons on the side. Something like that could work too. Yeah, just throwing out different ideas, things that I've messed with before and stuff. Yeah, I don't know why I got logged out of Steam. It's when I click log in, nothing happens. Yeah, Steam's going through it right now, guys. Oh, there it goes. Took a really long time. It's kind of funny. Alright, so what were we doing? Oh yeah, I need to figure out like collision stuff, because I don't really want to stop the big guys from having issues. Yikes. Can't connect to Steam, guys. Yeah, I've been having all sorts of issues. I've been trying to get to the store page and this is not working. Like, I did load it up on the client just a minute ago successfully, but it's been very problematic. Just need to think about how I want to do this. I want like the big guys to just kind of ignore the tables, right? Because I don't know how else it's gonna work, because if I have anything in the way of them, they're gonna like their collision stuff's gonna be all screwed up. I guess I'll just make another layer called like furniture. Shop block, items. Let's just put this on layer furniture. Okay. So layer 6. Let's go into project settings. Go over to it's like the layer 2D physics layers, which, or no, 3D physics layers. So layer 6 is going to be furniture. All right. So now what we can do is go back into world for our large navigation region here. I don't want to use collision layer 1. No, I do want to use 1, but I don't want to use 6. So I turn off furniture like that. So I think that should fix most of our issues. Then back to the table, I just want to set that one to yeah, just layer 6. Don't care about that. Then instead of entities, we need to choose their collision stuff. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, something wrong with Steam. Daughter's been complaining post 2 hours about, oh yeah, on and off. Probably server maintenance. Yeah, or it could just be crazy traffic. I don't know. I think if it was maintenance, they would probably give us some kind of like message that's like, hey, we're working on stuff right now, but it seems like odd. So I presume it's just there's so many people on Steam right now, their servers are struggling. Yeah. Then I want to set a variable here that's like size. So I'm going to say global.size.small. And then let's go back into global. We're going to create a new enum. I better call it sizes. Small and big. And then specifically only for the robot guy, we're going to say his size is big. So by default, most entities will collide with furniture. We're going to go in here and do some additional stuff now. So we're going to say, if we go into an entity scene really quick, like Ares, just so I can check. So I want to set his collision masking in here. So we'll say collision, or set collision mask, value, layer number 6 to whether or not entity data dot size is equal to global dot sizes dot small. So if an entity is of type big, they will not collide with the furniture because otherwise they're going to get stuck. So hopefully this all works. Then final step, let's make the player collide with the furniture too. And I guess we also have to do that on the items as well. It's quite annoying. There's a lot of scenes that we have to do this with. Let's check scenes in here. All right, let's go try this out. Also, one last thing is on crouch check, I have to set that to 6. So hopefully what should happen here is I can put, like, the little guys will avoid the tables. Big guys just kind of walk through them. And I should be able to drop, like, items on top of them too. So we'll see if that works. Yeah, so you can see items collide with these. I can crouch under these. But, as you can see, these guys do not care about the tables. There's a little bit of clipping that happens when they walk by, but it's better than them being broken forever and not being able to navigate. So it's kind of necessary. But see, the little guys, they're like, gap from the wall is large enough that they can kind of just go around the table. So they're fine. It's just specifically the big ones that need to stay like in the center of the corridor, like the big robot guys. So, but otherwise we should be good to go. Alrighty. Very cool. Yeah, it's hard to tell because they all kind of overlap, but it looks like this is one continuous, a separate navigation mesh right here in the center. Yeah. So I think we're good to go. Can you stop clipping by making the big guys top level? Yeah, it's just because it's a tight fit for the big entities. There's not going to be very many of them. I think the robot is probably only one of the guys the big guys will ever do, or like, I doubt that most of them are going to be small enough. It's just that this guy specifically is enormous, so that's why it's just hard for him to squeeze by the furniture. But it's fine. It's just a very minor thing. Nobody's really going to notice it very often. Because, like, even also at another point too is usually it's like the clipping isn't that bad. Ooh. And there's probably only ever going to be like one of these guys in any given maze. It's not, there's never going to be like 20 of them like there is now, so. But yeah, should be okay. Yeah, anyways, I think we're all set here. See the little guys? Yeah, we can, I can go spawn those guys back in. So I noticed that this now no longer connects here, which is interesting. I wonder what changed. I had it set before where they could go inside of your elevator, which I do want to happen. Trying to think of why you can't do that anymore. Yeah, I must have changed the shape of this or something, or it might be because of these doors right here. Which I don't really want these to collide. Maybe what I need to do is go into here. Go into the elevator scene or in world. And it's probably because these doors have like collision. Let's see where they're at. They're not in the maze mesh scene though, so I doubt that it's the doors specifically causing it. I guess it's just the size of the navigation agents. Yeah, one thing I wish I could fix is I don't like how they like the navigation mesh curves around the edge. I wish there was some kind of way I could stop it from doing that, because it causes a lot of issues with collisions. I would be able to make their like radius smaller if it didn't do that, but I'm just not sure how. Because there's like all these cells. Don't think that stuff matters. And there's height, radius, maximum climb, regions, minimum size of a region, edges, maximum length, max error. Polygons, vertices, sample distance. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many of these. Yeah, it's annoying because if they walk around a corner, they clip into the corner. I don't want them to walk around a corner. I don't know why it's like including that in the navigation area. I'm just not sure what I need to do to stop it from doing that. Cells. I mean, maybe that's what this is. What is cell? The cell size used in the navigation map. Border size. We can try changing this. Like, what if we change it to 0.01? I just want to see, like, what it does. Try navigation link for connecting the navigation agent. Interesting. I'll take a look at that setting. Because it's not that the navigation agents don't like link. It's just the way that it's baking it is problematic. So that's interesting, though. It did, like, change... See, it's just... Why is it doing a corner? Like, why is it smoothing out the corner? It's not good. I don't want it to do that so much. It's okay if it does a little bit, but it's like it's not taking into account this as being a physics shape here. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. So cell height just seemed to kind of break everything. You're saying there's something inside of the, let's go take a look at that. A link setting? Navigation link. Is that a node? Yeah. Okay, so this just creates, so the navigation should be broken between your elevator and tunnel, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, let me try this out over here then and see what this does. So, supposedly, if I add a link... Does this have to inherit from a... Do I put this as like a child of this navigation region, or... I guess I just give it a navigation layer. So I just set a start position and then an end position, which was set to positive value here. Sort of just something like that. Definitely try it out. Yeah, let's see what this does. Yes, I assume it's just kind of a way of like if you approach the end or you need to get over there, it's like a just kind of an override of saying, yeah, you can just take this line to get over here. Is what I assume. So now that this is here, they should be able to reach this point and this point on the map. So, curious to see if it works. But we also have, like, this issue, too. So that's unfortunate. It's hard to create a lot of dynamic nodes like that, because I never know how the decorations will spawn, right? Let's, I guess, just change the agent radius just a little bit to be a little smaller. That'll probably fix that issue. And then the next thing I need to do is just figure out how I can fix that corner. Because it's fine, they can be smaller, it's just the corner is the only issue that I'm running into. So... that's the thing I just need to figure out. Because they should be able to get pretty close to the edges like that. I think these guys each have their own... Okay, yeah, but they have, like, the desired distance and stuff. So yeah, that does fix that issue. Now, like, it has that little tiny link in between. So that's fine. I don't know if we'll see a double table anywhere. Let's look around. The double table formation is quite rare. Oh, there we go. We got lucky. So yeah, that's totally fine at 0.7. Like, you can see it does connect up, so we should be good there. But it's just these dang corners. I don't want it to do that. I mean, it's not a huge deal. It's only some minor clipping. So... it'll probably be okay. But it is a little annoying. Because I think I kept getting an issue where, like, guys would get stuck on that corner, right? That's the problem. Because they, like, walk through here and then they just kind of clip it a tiny bit. I just don't know what settings I need to do to fix that, you know? Let me, like, look it up. Navigation region, remove corners. Let's look at this. Ah, they're just saying increase the agent radius, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I want it to be like this. What other settings are there in here? Is any other kind of like just general like navigation settings, I wonder? Pathfinding, baking. That's all good. Is the default cell size. Default up. Use edge connections. It should be fine. Connect with other navigation regions. Wish it wasn't so annoying to rebake this. Is there any way I could, like, rebake this dynamically? Could I just, like, select this and, like, bake it? I don't think so. I could just add in a little temporary keybind to force a rebake, I suppose. I'll just run bake navigation here. Yeah, usually there is, but I don't see one in game. I think I might have to, I mean, unless I need to go and just remote view. Nah, I'll just make a little keybind in here for this. Should be really easy. Then I just say if input dot is action just pressed. Test. Go ahead and rebake navigation. Because I want to be able to just change some settings on the region and keep rebaking and see how it affects it. Because I think I'm just going to kind of have to do this by trial and error. Alright. Alright, so let's just watch this navigation mesh as I change these things, specifically the corners here. So, if I do change these, what if I, like, increase cell size? What does that do? And I should be able to just press T or R. There we go. So thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So what did that do here? Oh, it's definitely interesting. You can see, like, this one turns sharp. And, like, it's odd. So I think that's just, it does some kind of, from what I can tell, rasterization. So increasing that is like decreasing the resolution. So if you decrease it, I guess it just gets a little more like precise. So I don't think any of that's gonna matter because like that's not the issue here. I could decrease it, but it's still occasionally you're gonna see a corner, so it doesn't really solve the issue. We have like the merge size and everything here. Maybe it's just that those regions are so tiny they end up getting merged. So what happens if I do this? You can see it does shrink that region or like change it a little bit. If I set merge size to 1. Okay, so that doesn't really change anything. There's maximum length, which again doesn't change anything. Let's just keep that at 0. It's maximum error. That doesn't seem to do anything. Maximum polygons. Doesn't matter. Sample distance. That doesn't do anything. There's border size. Set that to like 1. That doesn't really seem to do anything either. I don't know what border size does, but it's weird, whatever it's doing. There's also filters. Ledge spans. Walkable low height spans. What do these things even do? I don't think it matters for this, since this is just like kind of 2D. And there's like baking offsets. So none of that has really changed anything, unfortunately. There are different kinds of sampling types, right? You can see it does change the way that this bakes. But it doesn't actually change these corners, which is really annoying. So I've tried every single setting here. Does not seem to change anything, unfortunately. But there are project settings in here. There's like edge connection margin. I could set that lower. I don't know if this is going to update live. Might have to restart the game changing this stuff, but... It's like, what if I up that a lot? Doesn't seem to do anything. That's quite annoying. What are we gonna do about this? Let's try and search it more. Corners, not slope. Specifically, navigation corners. No navigation agent is stuck on corners. Maybe that's... Yeah, this is what I was wondering about. Path post-processing. Edge-centered. That's interesting. So what does that do? Snathir Kassam, welcome in. How's it going? Let's just try it. Let's set these guys to be edge centered. Because right now they're on corridor funnel. What does that do? Suppose we're in the shortest path possible and set the path corridor. Okay. See, that's exactly my problem, especially tile grid-based layouts can face artificial corners. Diagonal movement due to a jagged path. Or no, that's not my problem, never mind. Then edge-centered. Centers every path position in the middle of the traveled navigation mesh polygon edge. I think that's what I want to do. I want them to be centered in the middle of the corridor, right? So I think that's the play here. Let's swap all these guys over. Alexa, stop. I'm muting her now. Alright, we got the old robot. We got the kobold. Centered, and then I think just Ares. It's already did his. Oh yeah, I think that's all the entities, right? Because only 3 of them navigate. Kobold, Ares, and robot. Alright, let's try this again. I am just curious to see now how they navigate around. I mean, if that works, I might just get rid of that other navigation map I have then, right? So, let's see. Next time you're at a wedding and you're asked to help make it memorable, throw rice pudding instead of rice, yeah? Okay, okay. That sounds like it'd be kind of a mess. Do people throw rice at weddings? Alright, let's see how these guys navigate. So hopefully they should just stay in the center of these now. And so far, so good. See, I want to see, does he take that corner? Okay, well, he didn't take a corner, but... Let's see, how does he take this corner? He took it pretty centered. I think what he did is instead of taking this edge to take the fastest, he stayed in the center of this polygon here, which is better, because then it means, like, in this case, they're going to stay in the center here instead of, like, going like this and then going to the corner. So I think that's going to be better. Let's spawn in some different guys now, so that we can figure this out. Alright, so this custom to be thrown at weddings, or at least used to be interesting. Yeah, I did not know that. So let's spawn in Ares and Kobold. Leave the Hollow out because he's a stupid guy. He doesn't move around. Alright. I hope this works. Yeah, this would fix a lot of my issues with the navigation stuff. I mean, oh my goodness. So he's colliding with the wall. Ouch. I gotta fix his issue. He's like doing some weird collision stuff. Just hide under here. Also, these items are spawning strangely, and that's because of the position that these are centered around. So I gotta fix that. Alright, so let's go around and look. See how these guys are moving. I want to see some kobolds. Where are they? Okay, we just got very unlucky and just got Ares and Robot. So that's fine, though. Then how does this guy navigate around the corner? Let's look. I mean, that seemed fine. He didn't get stuck. So... yeah, there's no kobolds that spawn, unfortunately. Let's regenerate the maze and see if we get one. Time to run back. Oh, I hit my mouse. Alright, let's go into funny camera. It's just easier to see what's going on. God dang it, it spawned in the table like this again. I thought I stopped it from doing that. We had to fix that again. Okay, but that guy finally grabbed the item. So let's just watch him, see how he navigates around here. So yeah, it seems like he does stay in the center now. You can see he takes those corners properly. So I think this is the fix, really, is like just not worry about the corners and just change his like pathfinding filter so that he mostly stays in the center of the corridor that he's in. Sometimes he strays a little bit, which is totally fine. But as long as he just takes those corners correctly, like this one here, that looked pretty good, so I think we're good. And like he is, you know, still angling these corners, but it's not like he's following the shortest path, because normally what they do is they like go to this point and then take this very edge and then walk, like, you know, they always minimize it as much as possible. But edge centered, it looks like they try their best to stay in the center. That's more, I think, what normal creatures walking in a corridor would do. It's not like they would perfectly optimize and like hug this wall and creep around the corner and then... I don't know. So I think it's better. I think we're good to go then. Except for this. Yeah. It's not supposed to spawn there. I don't know why it's doing that. So let's figure that out. I don't know what it's colliding with that it's... I guess it's because the from position... Let's just make it so no decorations spawn in that initial spot. So if we go back to find wall or something, whatever that function was called, get valid wall. I'm just gonna check if from position is like our initial position, then just don't do it. So I don't know what that position is. I presume that it's 0, but it might not be. So I'm not sure. I guess we'll just check the distance away from 0. And if it's too close, just don't do it. So I'll just say in here if... how do I want to do this? Just thinking how I'd actually figure out what grid position that is. Because I think it can be different. Like, you can have one that's sort of in the center, which is... So it's not going to be next to 0, necessarily. The Y value might be, like, close to 0. But... Just thinking how I want to do this. I think I'll just do a distance check. So say global dot map to global grid position dot distance to vector 3.0 is less than something. Like, let's say if it's less than 8, then return data. So hopefully that should be enough to always stop it. We're about to find out. Alright, I had to actually generate the maze first. Alrighty. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to say if we'll ever see one spawn there, because we're going to have to generate a lot of mazes, but I'll just keep an eye on that. If you guys ever notice it spawning there at the start, also, you know, let me know, in case I miss it. But hopefully we should be okay now. Alright, anyways, let's texture the table, because for some reason it lost its texture. I think it's because I did a re-inheritance. Hit the pipe metal, boom. Looks like the texture there is proper. Okay. So let's just start working on... we could do a couple different things. One thing I want to do is like I was saying earlier, the like sneaking stuff. So we could do an area 3D. Give that a collision shape. Also, I'm going to create another node 3D. And this is actually going to be sort of like an anchor point or spawn point for where items generate on the table. Or actually, what I could just do, honestly, is do like a rect. I think. A rectangle or some kind of collision shape. Could I do an area? I wish that there was a function to get a random point inside of an area. But I don't know if that's a thing in Godot. Don't think there is one. I mean, I can get, like, the collision shape. I don't know if that lets me do it either. And then shape 3D, is there a function to get an area point? Box shape 3D. No. I could probably make a function that does it, that figures out what the size is and the position, and then given those things, I would know where the corners of the box are, but I don't know. But anyways, this is going to be Sneak Zone. And let's go ahead and create another new collision layer for being in a sneak zone, which is going to be layer 7. I'm trying to think how the player would detect when they're inside of a sneak zone. Because I could just give this a special script that tells the player they're in a sneak zone, but I could see potential issues with that. Let's see what happens here. I could like do... I mean, I guess I could just make this a collision layer and the player has an area on them that detects when they're inside of one of the zones. So maybe that would be a better option. So let's change this into a static body 3D. We're just going to give it layer 7 for the sneak zone. Go back down into here for the naming. Call it sneak zone. And now, let's just create a little area that the player can hide inside of. So I won't make it like fully fill out the entire zone, because I don't want the player to be just walking by and then accidentally clip into the zone, because that would be not good. So I think just something like that. Give it layer 7. And then we go back into the player. We give them an area 3D node. Just call it sneak check. Give it a shape. Make this a cylinder. And it'll just be like that. Right, then for collision, just check for layer 7 and connect up some signals. So we're gonna say body entered. I guess you could do area entered. Is an area or a body more performant? Not really sure. Let me look it up. Okay, so I should do areas for these since I don't need to rely on actual collision calculations. So let's do area entered. So in this case, we're going to say hidden. Let's have another variable up here. Then on area exited. Which, might not do signals for this, since it's just one node ever. Let's just do it in the process event or in the physics process. Because I just want to make sure that this is always accurate. It would be very unfair if, like, you know, the player technically left one, but was already in the other, so it reported that it incorrectly. Like, I'd rather just say sneak check.get overlapping areas, do it this way. Or just say if sneak check dot get overlapping areas dot size is greater than 0, then hidden is true. Or even better yet, we say this. Alright. So that's set up. And then I want to get some like effects on screen so that you know when you're hidden. So yeah, we'll start working on that. But I think this should work. Sneak zone. Let's give it a try then. Let's just in process print out whether we're hidden or not. And go see what happens. Alright, we got an ad starting. We're gonna start the ad and go close my windows because it's cool. So I'll be right back. Next window. Okay. So, as we can see, we are not hidden. But if I go into a table, we'll see what happens. Also, I want players to be able to hide under here, right? That's the other thing, too. Is if they're under this table and a guy walks in, they stay hidden. I don't want them to be able to walk into this one, because that just seems stupid. But yeah. Uh-oh. I'll be fine. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you end up in a situation like this, you're kind of screwed. Hey, Velcro Beans, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Of course, we have ads right now. Apologize if any of you guys are in ads. They'll be over in just a second. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like we saw that get printed out as true down here. Which is too bad. Because it should be working. Oh, but there's like some stuff where I have to do like monitorable. So mask on that is 7. Oh, and I think I set this to be... Oh, this isn't an area. Let's fix that. Hold up. Let's restart the game. No ads here. Epic, epic. But yeah, welcome in everybody. As long as you're not getting an ad, Velcro. What were you working on today? Alright, collision. So yeah, that should be on layer 7. Let's give this another try. Hopefully it works now. So this should just print out whether we're currently hidden or not. I think this whole hiding mechanic is going to help a lot and make it a little more strategic to move around and stuff. I don't want it to be too easy to hide. Like, hiding will only work if there's a guy walking across and he hasn't already aggroed on you. If you're in a hidden state, nobody new aggroes onto you. But if you're already aggroed on, then the conditions for hiding in here is going to be pretty specific. Let's see now. If I hide in here, and I have to wait for like it's printing a billion things. Let's clear it and then whoosh. There we go. So now you can see it's printing out true down there. So I can hide now in places like this. And I'll probably make it so that your flashlight also has to be off in order to properly hide. So, got pre-rolled. Yeah, sorry about that. Wasn't able to say hi right away. How are things going? Yeah, it's going good. We are working on Deadlift right now. I'm getting destroyed by all these scary guys. But the thing that we've been mainly working on is, he's got a muffin, is these tables that spawn in and generate around the environment. So you can hide under these to avoid detection by entities that walk past you and stuff. That guy's still aggroed on me. Obviously, I need to make it so he doesn't aggro, but it was a bad time to go out. But once they're already aggroed like this, there's no hiding from them. This is really only for, like, when an entity has not aggroed on you and is just kind of walking past. So yeah, it's going good. We also mess with some navigation stuff. Just kind of taking care of a few little things like that before we start playtesting. So yeah, is this a game jam? This is not a game jam, actually. This is probably going to be a full Steam launch. That's the plan, at least. So I think we're going to aim for probably the June Next Fest for a demo. I would have liked to do the February one, but honestly, it's just a really short turnaround, and like, I want to make sure that I have enough time to really start like an initial marketing campaign. You know, I need to do some devlogs and like get people knowing about it, because wishlist momentum is very important for your game succeeding. So I have to make sure that I'm not sabotaging myself. Like, it's not always, you know, the best idea to launch early. Sometimes it is better to just wait, even if it's not as fun. But yeah. Cool, yeah, I think when we watched, you're working on the other game? Yeah, that's Starground. That's the one that's already out on Steam, so yeah, we've been working on mainly just bug fixing and stuff for this right now until we gear up for 0.16. I think the next major update for this is probably going to be, I think, a new automation zone. It's going to be the plan. They basically just will be adding in a new planet that you can travel to and build stuff on, so should be fun. It's always really easy to add in the automation planets because it's just so much less work. The thing with dungeons and what's so hard about it is like there's so many different like bits and bobs that need to be added to a dungeon to make it fun. Because you need to add in new entities, new items, a boss, a whole new tile set environment. You know, there's just so many things. And then also too, there's like special puzzles, and just to make it interesting and different, it's so much work. Yeah, but automation stuff is like way more straightforward. It's kind of like add in a couple different buildings or new quality of life things that you can research and unlock, and then you're basically done. You do have to create like the environment and just drop some resources really quick, but those are so much easier to do because they all kind of functionally work pretty much the same way. So it's way easier. But love automation games. Seriously, we'll play it when it comes out. Awesome. Yeah, let's finish playing. Yeah, Little Rocket Lab. I've seen that game. Haven't tried it, but it seems cool. It's almost like Stardew Valley plus automation, it seems like, because there's like different NPCs and stuff that you talk to, and like at least from what I can tell, but who knows, I might be completely wrong. Yeah, more cozy feel. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, it seems pretty cool though. Maybe one of these days I'll try it out. There's like rails and stuff, which seems pretty neat. And this whole thing is like, it's a whole rocket ship factory. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. One of these days. I still got a lot of other automation games in my library that I've been meaning to get to. I need to do oh, did I just die? I am dead now. Oh, Ares found me. Okay. Anyways. But yeah, like I still need to play Prospector. It's a game that came out recently that Starground has a bundle with. It seems neat. I just haven't played it yet. I also want to play AutoForge, which is another neat game that I've been looking at. It's different because it's like Terraria, like, you know, side view perspective. So it'll be interesting to see how that is in an automation game. I haven't ever honestly played an automation game in this perspective. So I wonder what kind of like different challenges there would be with that, you know? I don't know. It sounds kind of interesting. I'm excited to see like how it all works. But yeah, it seems pretty neat. This one's called Auto Forge. Yeah. Haven't tried it out yet, but I've got it in my library and I'm excited to. Looks like there's a little bit of like combat stuff with enemies that you have to deal with. Yeah, it definitely gives me like Terraria vibes for sure. Just all the assets and stuff, and the fact that it's like a 2D side scroller kind of thing with like caves and yeah. And a lot of the textures also really remind me of Starbound, actually, which is also very similar to Terraria. Right. It looks very similar to Starbound just in terms of the art style and stuff. Which is cool. I think Starbound always has looked very nice. Like, especially some like the machines and stuff. It's like very similar. Just like the vibe of these things compared to these. Yeah, it definitely seems neat. I need to try it out. I was gonna say that's real close to Terraria. Yeah. Yeah, Starbound is basically Terraria. It's... I mean, I feel like Terraria definitely is more fleshed out. Starbound is fun, and I like the idea of what Starbound was trying to do, but I just don't think it was, you know, executed super well. The whole thing with Starbound is it's like, instead of like Terraria where everything is one world, you travel to different planets. But I think it suffers a little bit from like kind of like the No Man's Sky plague of there's infinite planets but not infinite content to explore. So you just end up like seeing a lot of the same planet over and over. I think Starbound would have been a better game if it was just like, you know, you get like a couple star systems, you get like a set like handmade things, that more quality over quantity. Because infinite planets, they all just start to be the same and they all lose their meaning. Yeah, a little more like Factorio where they're kind of handcrafted. I mean, it doesn't have to be that, you know, handcrafted where they're all completely vastly different with unique mechanics. But at least just so that like each planet had like a special structure or something unique to that planet. I think that would have been a big help for Starbound. But, oh well. Yeah, I don't know if they really update this game and stuff anymore. I'm not sure. When was the last update? I have no idea. But yeah, I think it's kind of abandoned at this point. Yeah, I don't know if I would recommend it anymore. But this game looks cool. Yeah, it's got like a whole tech tree and stuff. Yeah, anyways. I think they said somewhere they might be working on multiplayer. Yeah, that's the next update for this game, which would be neat. I never have anybody to play automation games with, but you know. I'm sure I've got a bunch of other games too in my library I still need to play. I really want to be able to like play Dyson Sphere Program. It's a really neat game, but it's just so big and there's so like much stuff to do. Every time I do a run of this game, I just get like, I'm like, oh, I gotta take a break. It's really cool though. It's interesting that all the screenshots are in Chinese. They need to localize their screenshots. But this game's really fun. It's like kind of yeah, like there's all the different planets and stuff you can travel to. But what this game does, like I was saying with what Starbound should do, is it's like you don't have infinite planets. So you kind of have to like make do with what you get. So I think it's kind of fun. Yeah, I need to play this game more too. We have about 3 to 5 people who play them with us, so we did like Satisfactory with a few of us doing it. TSP is actually absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I haven't played it since they introduced the enemies. Yeah, that was... I actually did try it with the enemies and stuff. Well, I say recently, but it was probably like... Yeah, it was like 6 months ago or whatever. Even more than that. 8 months, whatever. 7 months. No. 9 months ago. The enemies, I don't know how I feel about them. It's hard to say. They're not necessarily bad, and they're not super annoying or anything. But it does feel like one of those things where it's just like a feature kind of pasted on top instead of actually like interacting with the mechanics very well, if that makes sense. I think it's fine for people that maybe have like already beaten the game and just want an additional challenge. You know, more like, because you have to deal with like logistics of your ammo and stuff. But I feel like it's not really that fun with the enemies. Like, or it doesn't ruin the game or anything, but I just don't think dealing with the enemies in and of themselves is that, you know, interesting of a feature. Maybe I just need to get deeper into the game or something, and then it starts to get really fun, but I don't know. It feels like it just didn't really need that to begin with, honestly. I think there is an option to disable it or something, but I just wanted to at least try it out once. But yeah, it's fun though. There's a lot of automation games I wish I had the time to play. This is really hard to... The thing with automation games is they're always like massive playtime. So it's really hard to invest so much time into it. I mean, like Factorio is insane with playtime. Like, you could literally spend over 1,000 hours in one run of Factorio, you know, which is just wild. Just optimizing, especially the space age now, it's insane. Like, with all the quality mechanics, you can spend so much time, like, working on the ultimate factory. It's crazy. I do have a lot of hours in Factorio, but of course that's been spread out over like many years. It's probably been it's definitely been 10 years since I got Factorio. That's crazy. Yeah, I spent a lot of time with that. To play the new DLC. It's really fun. It's definitely like, there's some things about it that are interesting. There are some new enemies that you have to deal with. I don't want to spoil anything, obviously, but I feel like sometimes they're a little frustrating. There's just things, I don't know, some of the challenges I feel like are... Some features are more annoying than they are interesting, like, as far as a logistical challenge goes. I mean, you've probably seen there's spoilage mechanics now. So basically you have to like get your items moving around fast enough. And it's an interesting idea and concept, but in practice it just becomes really annoying. And it's just you have to just build up more systems for filtering out all the garbage that goes bad. I don't know. And it's kind of really hard to design factories for spoilage mechanics. I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine, but I wish it was more of like a... not so punishing, because the thing with how it works is if something spoils, it's done, it's gone, and it's useless. I think what would have been better is like things can go stale, but they don't like completely become valueless. I wish it was more like, because you have to make science with things that spoil, and the science itself can spoil. I think it would be better as more of like a reward for people that put the time into worrying about the spoilage. So like if you get your science over to your other planet fast enough, then it gives you a bonus, right? But otherwise, I wish I could just set up a basic production line, not have to completely worry about the spoilage too much, just to get some initial researches done. And then later on, I could see it being fun trying to optimize for the spoilage. But as it is now, it just seems like a really major like roadblock to exploring the other content of the DLC. And also I got a couple gripes with some of the enemies and stuff. I think some of them have, the regeneration is way too high. So it's kind of just like a thing where you have to put so much damage into killing them, and then all of a sudden once you hit like over the threshold of their regen, they just like instantly die. So it's kind of not that fun to fight them, because it's basically just like a threshold of, do you have enough bullets, and if yes, then the guy is dead. It doesn't really feel like an epic battle. I wish that they wouldn't have such insane regen and you could like actually, you know, fight them over the course of... Yeah, it's a little strange. I don't know why they decided to do it that way. It really does just feel like literally just like, yeah, just like an objective or a number that you have to hit in order to kill them, rather than it being like fun. I don't know. But overall, I still think the DLC is really good. I think a lot of the new things that they added are very interesting, with like buildings that have like innate productivity and stuff is really fascinating. Like depending on what planet you put it on and stuff, and like, I don't know, I think it's cool. It definitely gives you a lot of new things to do, so. But yeah. There's just a couple minor things like that that I think could be improved, but it's not like they're completely bad. It's like base game is like great. DLC is good. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but you know, it's still really solid. It's still completely worth the money. But anyways, enough of my Factorio rambling. Yeah, I still do. I still haven't actually finished fully the DLC. I've gotten really close, but I still got a little bit more to go, so I need to play it again. What's good about them is they'll continue to patch it and or someone make a mod to fix it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, definitely the one like guarantee you get with a Woob game is that like it's gonna be a bug-free, smooth, optimized experience. So that's like very nice. That's one thing about Factorio that's always great. Is like I never run into issues with Factorio ever. There's been like one time that I've ever had a bug, and it was just a little minor visual thing. All it was that walls, when you place them down, it would like weirdly connect to each other, but it was functionally doesn't do anything. So it's pretty wild that I've been able to put almost 3,000 hours into one game and have only experienced one minor visual bug. That's pretty crazy. And I've never had performance issues with the game either. You have to be pretty insane to actually get up to the point where your computer is your limitation. So yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how they do it. It's wild. I'll never be able to reach that kind of level of optimization of Starground, and that's fine. I have accepted that fact eons ago. So, hey, K-Mac, welcome in. What's going on? Almost missed it. Now you're good. Yo, 30 stream streak. Let's go. 1 month. Crazy. Merry Christmas. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you as well. Well, it's Christmas Eve, but Merry Christmas time very soon. Yeah, they're magical with bugs. I know, it's crazy. How long have I been working on Deadlift? It's been about 2 months. The idea was generated a long time ago. Not like a long time ago, but just like maybe 6 months ago or something. And it was just kind of on the back burner. We were thinking about like, what is this game gonna be and stuff. And it's gone through a lot of kind of like reconstructions. Initially, we wanted it to be like a very kind of strictly like, you know, those old like a point and click thing, which I think would have been interesting, but the more that we workshop it and stuff and mess with it, it's just we start to realize that there's kind of a lot of issues that come with that format in terms of like a horror experience, or I guess in just terms of what we wanted to create. Yeah, I kind of like Myst. I haven't played Myst, but oops. Myst game. But yeah, just being able to like navigating through the halls, you'd be like clicking and then moving. But I don't know, I think we felt like it just kind of made the player feel a little bit too disconnected from the things that were actually happening on screen. I think if it was this tiny little experimental project, a point and click horror game could be really interesting. Where you like click through the halls and stuff, and it has been done before pretty well. Like even in No, I Am Not a Human. This game is like kind of a weird mix where some of it's like point and click and then some of it's not. So like you walk around in these halls and these are a 3D environment and it's like, you know, you're actually moving around and doing stuff. But then you click on like a door and it opens up sort of like a point and click screen. So it's interesting. It's an interesting mix between the two. So I feel like this would be a much better way to kind of do it instead of like such a big complicated environment. Yeah, some kind of like hybrid approach, I think. But yeah, this is a good example, I think, of how to do it with horror. But with Maze Game, I think it's just too procedural and too, like, vast. Or with Deadlift, not Maze Game anymore. To really make point and click work. Point and click, I think, makes more sense when you have, like, non-procedural environments. Like, I'm sure with Myst. Because then you get a perfect, like, you can choose very carefully what people are seeing and stuff. In a given view. I know that this is the new Myst, but I know what you're talking about though, the older ones. I don't know if there's... They must be sold by these guys. It's one of the old ones. Yeah, like this one from 2005. No, this one's 3D. This one. Yeah. In the point and click, you can cheat a lot of the visuals and such. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this Myst is probably the one that you've played before. But it's really cool. It's definitely got a vibe. Like, it's interesting. Rivet is an add-on of Myst. Okay. Neat. Yeah, it's really cool, but I think we would just want to explore point and click in like a more controlled environment. I think if we're gonna do point and click, it's like we really gotta like handcraft every little detail instead of it being procedural like it is in Deadlift. So I just don't think it makes as much sense as a roguelite. So, but it's cool. I do want to make one day. But anyways, and then we had a lot of like discussion about like the way that the game would be played, because we initially talked about only doing rovers, right? So it'd be almost more like FNAF where you're locked inside of your elevator. That was what the original concept of the game was, where you're like stuck here, there's a table here, and you can only move your rovers around. So in that sense, it was way more like FNAF than it is now. But I think it just kind of, I don't know. The problem is that with horror, it's scary, sure, when you're looking through the rover, but there's a disconnect between you as the player and the things that you're seeing and interacting with. And we still do have the rovers in the game, so that is still a thing. But the difference is of what we do now is you also have to go on foot if you mess up. So instead of it just being like a, oh, funny jump scare and game over, it's like, if your rover runs out of battery or something happens, like, you have to go out actually for real now. And I think that's just kind of a scary, like, always kind of in the back of your head, like, if I mess up, I am really screwed and have to have to brave the maze. So I think it's just, you know, a better way to do it. We also initially kind of planned for this to be much more story focused. But I think as we talked about that more, it's just like, it's too much work. It was like this weird, like, we wanted it to have like gameplay mechanics, but then I think story stuff and talking with NPCs sometimes doesn't work very well with a horror game of this kind. Like, the horror from this game is doing things and driving and actually hands-on gameplay. So I feel like the whole NPC storyline interaction part of it would be sort of lost, because it would just be a distraction to the main gameplay, and then it would be hard to make it like mesh with this in the first place, so the story would also kind of take a hit. I think we'll still have some implicit lore stuff and like more environmental storytelling, but I don't think we're going to do direct NPC communication stuff anymore. Yeah, anyways, it's been a whole bunch of things, but now we're finally creating the game for real. But yeah, hopefully I can get the playtesting super soon. I think we're just about ready. I just need to, I'm just going to send Graham a sort of presentation document. See what he's thinking about it and stuff and what the publishing status is. And then I'm going to go ahead and start the signups for the playtest. So, yeah, I think playtesting will be a very important part of this game. But I need to know, like, what works and what doesn't, you know, in terms of the horror and, like, how intuitive are things. Because one thing that's been hard is we want this game to be very diegetic. Like, everything that you interact with or do is, like, real. A lot of games will do tons of UI elements on screen and little numbers of what's your stat of this and what is this happen, what's happening. But I feel like with horror, that sometimes that can kind of take you out of it a little bit. So we want to keep everything as like a real thing in game. If there's any like kind of message to the player, it's like the player is going to be speaking that as the character instead of it just being some kind of on-screen notification. So that's been definitely tricky. It does make the game a lot scarier, I think, but also at the same time, the thing that we have to avoid is making it too confusing for people that aren't familiar already with the systems of the game. So that's where playtesting is going to be very important, because I need to actually see like what people think about it. Is it intuitive enough to understand? But yeah. Anyways, I'll stop blabbing on and on. Yeah, we got the tables generating, which is good. And we've got the sneaking mechanic. I need to do, yeah, a lot of that makes sense. Okay, cool. I want to do some kind of like effect overlay for when you're hidden, just to indicate to the player that you're in a kind of a different state. Also, this is crazy. Custom shadows. That's really cool. I must be using the light function, right? I've been seeing a lot of shaders and stuff where you can modify like either the light that's being cast onto an object or the shadow that gets casted to, like this stuff. And it's, of course, and it's really fascinating. I really want to mess with shaders like this. Shaders are hard, I'm not gonna lie, guys, but they're really cool. So I really want to do more. I've been having a lot of fun. I have some ideas for ones that I want to do just for fun. So yeah, there's some really cool stuff. With retro games, you hear people say less intuitive gameplay is scarier because obviously confusion compounds panic. Yeah, it's interesting. You gotta kind of tread that fine line of telling the player just enough so that they know what to do and can have fun doing it, but not over-explain things, because yeah, like you're saying, I think your imagination is always scarier than reality. Like, just you're playing the game and thinking, what is that sound or what's causing this, and it's like that discovery process is what makes things scary, I feel like. So I don't want to make those things too explained. I don't know, it's hard. I think that so far with horror, that's kind of been the hardest part about it. You know, the programming and stuff is whatever, it's fine. But it's just the, like, that whole, like, choosing how much information to give out to the player is hard. So I'm hoping that playtesting will help a lot with that. I'm sure it will. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do... I want something almost sort of like this when you're hidden, like just some kind of overlay on top of the screen, but I don't want it to be like squinted like that, like an eye. Basically like a stealth mode, you know? I could just look up stealth. That's stealth. See if there's any kind of shader already built for that, because there probably is. There is not, unfortunately. Basically, I want like a vignette, essentially. I use this dark noise vignette for taking damage, and it worked really well. But I want something that's a little bit different. Like, something like this could be interesting because it's... I would like it to be somewhat stylized. I don't want it to be just a plain vignette. So... yeah, I don't know what I want to do for that. I mean, if I put it underneath our dithering shader, it should be okay. So it's probably fine. I wonder what they do in like shaders like this. Radial fire. Let's see, we're almost at the end. Yeah, some of these shaders are wild. Well, let's give let's just choose any of these. Vignette. I like how this one looks. It looks a little bit better. Should be extremely easy to add on. What do they do for this one? I'm just curious. So you can just mess with exposure contrast, pixelization, chromatic aberration, blah, blah, blah. Just a lot of post-processing. Interesting. I wonder if this is like ripped directly from Buckshot Roulette, because that was made in Godot. I'm not going to use it, but it's interesting. All right, let's just copy the shader. Yeah, this is something that I always really appreciate about shaders, that there's a lot of them just for free, which is always really nice. Set a color rect. Then I think when we're in hidden mode, I'm probably going to also like change the cursor of the player to just like a little eye icon. The cursor is like the only thing in the game that I want to be on screen other than like subtitles. Ideally. It's one of those things where I think at some point I'm gonna have to, you know, buckle down and do some... I already have vignette. Buckle down and do some on-screen elements and stuff, but... And also, we did play that one game. I think it was interesting learning, or taking what I learned from that. It was that game Routine. And it's a good game, but it's kind of enlightened me a little bit on horror. And I think it's... This game, to me, it's really good, but it errs a little bit on the side of too diegetic. Where sometimes things are really confusing and I just can't figure out certain things because there's like no instructions, right? This game like literally needs a little bit more yellow paint, I think. But yeah. All right, so we got this vignette here, which it's not centering around 0, which is... Oh, it's screen space. Okay. Then that's fine. It is centering. So you can set the radius here. The softness. We'll make it pretty soft. Contrast. The intensity. What does that do? Yeah, this is what we'll do when you're hidden. I'll just kind of fade it in a little bit like that. I have to put it beneath everything. I guess I'll just drop it down to 0 like that. All right. So I already did this before with this right here where I'm lerping that value. I'll just say if hidden, do that. Otherwise, do that. And we'll call this hidden vignette. And don't worry about those. If we're hidden, lerp it toward 0. No, I'll make that a progress value and then do that. Now I have to go define this up here. All right. That's the main thing there. And then we're just going to actually rename this to vignette. Then set it right here. We say that dot material dot set shader radius to hidden vignette. That should be all we really need. Shouldn't be too bad. And then when we're hidden, also I want to go ahead and change our base cursor icon, because by default it's always just that little square. But I want to swap it out. Which I might not swap it, but just put another texture on top. And I think the classic icon to do is like these, right? The eye with the line through it. Seems like sort of an obvious choice. Something curious, how do I do input? All of the input that I do in this game and every other game, I use the Godot input map. So there's just a list of actions. So essentially an action is like a thing that can happen, and then each action has keys assigned to it. So for example, I have an action called drop. So I can say press Q to drop, or it makes it extremely easy to add controller support, because you could say, let's add another action or another input to do another action. So I could say joypad button 24. And now I could press Q or joypad button 24 to do the same action. So it's a really good system. If anybody's doing input in Godot, definitely use input maps. It's like the way to do it. And you can save this information in here and dynamically change it for like customizable keybinds, which is what I do inside of Starground. So yeah, it works really well. And then the way that you actually interface with that in the code to like check if I have done an action. Basically, you just say in here, if input.isAction, and there's a couple of different types of like isAction events. So you can say isAction just pressed. Just pressed means it only checks, or it only runs this code right at the very moment that I just press that key and just press that action, right? And then likewise, just released only activates the moment I let go of the key. And it's like a one shot, right? So it just happens once and it doesn't continually check. Now, if you say is action pressed without just, this is going to run every frame that that key is pressed down. So this is good for like checking if I'm trying to move forward, for example, right? I could say is action pressed, move forward. And then if so, say position.z minus equals 0.1. Right? So that would start moving me forwards whenever I'm pressing the forward key. And there's a lot of other little things too that you can do with this that's really convenient. You've got stuff like, there's a whole bunch of things. Get accelerometer, that's for like a controller accelerometer or a phone potentially. And then some of them have like get action strength. If you have like an analog input, you can check how pressed the analog input is. A lot of these are very specific for like different weird kinds of controllers, not for keyboard, but you know, it's all things that you can mess with. Same with get gravity. It's crazy that you can figure out where gravity is from the controller and stuff. It's mostly controller stuff. But then you've got some fun things down here, Like get vector is really useful. Basically, you just pass in these different directions. So -x, +x, -y, and +y. And it just returns a vector 2 of your like movement. So it makes it super easy to do player movement. There's also like, is anything pressed? You know, is mouse button pressed? I actually didn't know that was a thing. I need to use that. Set accelerometer, all that stuff. Then you can vibrate the controller. So anyways, what I do for handling player movement in here, if we go to my physics process, it's really easy. I just say input is this, and then I put in all my different directions, right? So I say move left, move right, move forward, move backward. So that returns a vector 2 data type. And then I can call rotated on this just so that it's pointing towards the direction that my character is facing. But yeah, really good way to do it. I definitely recommend just reading through the documentation and stuff because it's pretty nice. I've always thought it's a very good system. I've done input with other engines in the past. Like GameMaker input frickin' sucks. There's no like input system for GameMaker, so you're just kind of left with like having to do everything yourself, and it's just stupid. Not gonna lie. But Godot's is pretty good. Godot input map super clean and powerful. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot that you can do with it. And it just supports all the stuff, like controller and all the accelerometer and movement stuff with like mobile if you want. Like you can check the axes on your phone and stuff and all that kind of things. So yeah, it's pretty nice. And yeah, I think you can literally add on like phone inputs. I've never done any mobile stuff, so I don't know, but I imagine you could like do like touch screen support stuff with it too. I'm not sure how. But yeah. Anyways, let's run past this guy and hopefully not die. We're gonna get to a table, just see if the fade thing appears. So if I go under, you can see I'm hidden. So that vignette kind of appears around, so it's easier to tell. I think the value is probably a little bit too intense, so we could lower that to like 0.5. So you can see I'm hidden. That's still too intense, so I want to decrease that even more. So I realize I did it inverse. I think this one should be 1.0, and then this one should be like 0.5. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's not enough. But yeah, you get the idea. So that works. Cool. I'll keep messing with that system, and I need to get it all set up so that like the entities actually care about whether you're hidden or not. So that's the next thing we'll be doing. But anyways, see, simple input is action pressed. Yeah, very easy. I don't know mobile either. We're playing too soon. Nice. Yeah, it's something I'd love to explore one day, but not yet. I still got a lot of PC games I'd like to make. I know you can do handling in Godot, but I don't know what the advantage is. Best guess is input lag, since I can't imagine a few booleans on tick mess up your other performance much. Yeah. What do you mean by handling? Like, in the context of like input stuff? Like input handling? Like consume the input so it stops existing? Ah, yeah. It's just useful to have those functions. Sometimes we use them to prevent like certain inputs and stuff on like, especially when you're messing with UI, if you have like a node in front of another one, you want the one in front over here to like consume the input first. So it's stuff like that. There's just a lot of, there's a whole bunch of things you can do with it. That's why there's so many little quirky functions like that, because eventually you run into a scenario where you realize, oh, that's exactly what I needed. And then you're good to go. So. But yeah, handling is, all it's doing is just saying a node that's on your scene, a control node consumes the input first and nothing else detects it. So like if you click on a color rect in front of everything, that's going to consume the input. And you can mark it as not like ignoring input, so you don't click on that. But it's good for like, let's say that you have a menu on top of another menu, and this menu's got buttons and stuff. If you're clicking on this menu and it's in front, you want this one to be the one that you're inputting, and the one in the background is ignored. But then if you move this one over or something, then this one takes the handling because you're interacting with this one instead, if that makes sense. So that's sort of what handling is for. Yeah, anyways, we're gonna end stream. We've been going for 4 hours, so we're gonna go ahead and raid out right now. Yeah, thank you guys for coming in. I do appreciate it. It's epic. And a Merry Christmas. We're gonna go raid a Bad Cop, because they're live right now, so why not? Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. I will be putting up that announcement very soon, probably on Christmas tomorrow, so be on the lookout. Yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. Feel free to grab Starground on Steam. It's 25% off for the winter sale. We'll be live again on Friday the 26th, 3:30 MST. Likely working more on Starground, or not Starground. Well, maybe Starground, but on Deadlift. Yeah. And if anybody is interested in doing the playtest, join the Discord, because that's where the announcement will be and the link to sign up. So yeah, the playtest for Deadlift, and also maybe lured in at some point. Yeah, we're gonna go start this raid. Thank you, gamers, and have a Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
This time we want to go